Hello, friends. Hello, family. Hello, haters. It is that time again where Seji is bringing you another live stream. And we got a few videos directly here for you today. But the main story that I want to focus on is this one here, right? And I showed you this maybe 4+ days ago, where you had this young woman who was a track star, right? High school, who was in the spotlight because of the actions she deliberately took. Now, on social media at this moment in time, I'm pretty sure that some of you guys may have seen some of the footage or the video of her boo-hooing and crying, saying, "Oh, that wasn't really what it was. I didn't mean to do it. The baton this, the baton that." So we're going to run through two of the videos, and then I'm going to show you how deliberate her actions really were in another clip. So let's get to it.
Alayla Everett, the track star at the center of that viral video showing her appearing to hit another runner in the head with the baton, is speaking out.
I would never do that on purpose. That's not in my character.
Everett says the incident is a complete misunderstanding, pointing to another angle of the race as proof.
The baton was literally like her arm was literally hitting the baton like this until she got a little ahead and my arm got stuck like this.
In the video, Everett is seen on the inside track running the 4x200 relay at the Virginia State High School League Championships when junior Kaylin Tucker came around the outside on the corner.
That's when she hit me with the baton. I just felt a bang on my head and then I fell off the track immediately.
Kaylin dropping her baton and reaching for her head. She was later diagnosed with a concussion. Now, since the incident, the Everett family has been served with court papers and must appear before a judge. The athletic director for Alayla's high school has since apologized to the Tucker family on their behalf.
So we heard that, right? She wanted to say that, oh, what really happened was that the baton, it got stuck, and she wanted to use one of the coaches in the background to try to convey the message of how the baton got stuck. And again, you got the two men there that are defending, side by side directly with her and whatnot or whatever. Again, none of them want to correct the actions that she specifically took against another runner, right? So you see that, right? They're trying to demonstrate how she was running. Taking it from a guy who ran track and I did baton. Never at any moment in time have I ever gotten somebody so close where my baton got stuck directly under their arm, and then I was trying to pull away at such a force and then trying to keep the same momentum and speed that I came around, held my arm in the air for a second, waited for them to get a foot or two in front of me, and then blasted forward into the back of somebody's head, causing a concussion. But she's trying to make everybody seem like, oh, this was just some big mistake. It's not realistically what people think that it was, right? So let's just look at her, in a sense, double down directly on the same situation.
So you're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right? They're going off of one angle. A couple times hitting her, my baton got stuck behind her back like this, and it rolled up her back. I lost my balance, and when I pumped my arms again, she got hit. I know my intentions, and I would never hit somebody on purpose. They're assuming my character, calling me ghetto, racist slurs, death threats, all of this just because of a 9-second video.
So you heard that, right? Let me just play it one more time. Hold on.
Everybody has feelings. So you're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right? They're going off of one angle. A couple times hitting her, my baton got stuck behind her back like this, and it rolled up her back. I lost my balance, and when I pumped my arms again, she got hit. I know my intentions, and I would never hit somebody on purpose. They're assuming my character, calling me ghetto, racist slurs, death threats, all of this just because of a 9-second video.
Right? So I'm not sure about the racial slurs because this is two black girls. So I'm not sure where the quote unquote racial slur thing is directly coming from. And I'm pretty sure it's not actual racial slurs. It's words that she actually uses every single day with other young black males or other young black girls directly in her group, right? Age range. But you saw how she was explaining, and then you saw the other clip where I can't believe this. You're only judging me off of a 9-second clip. It's not really what it. All right, so let's just look at it from a different angle, right? Because she got all of these tears. Let's just look at this from.
We intend to come back.
Let me go back. Let's look at this from a different angle, right here, right? Right. So we can clearly see. Let me just roll that back. Right. So we're looking at to the lower left-hand corner, right? The girl that is the perpetrator of the assault, she's in a lower right. The girl in the yellow is the innocent girl. That's the one who got bonked in the head and now has a concussion, right? So we're looking at this, right? You see the girl in the red, she's cocking her arm all the way back, right? Cocking that arm back, just waiting. Bow. Let me play that again, right? Bow. Let me play that one more time. Bow. You're not going to sit up here and try to tell me that you are holding in midair your hand with the baton for that many seconds while running, while somebody else is running in front of you, just long enough so that you can release that energy, hit somebody in the back of the head, and cause them to fall down on the side of the track, giving them a concussion. And you're going to try to tell us? You're going to try to play in front of everybody's face? You're going to try to play in front of mainstream media and try to act as though that you're innocent? This is ratchet behavior. This is ghetto behavior. That's exactly what this is. So you want to sit up there and get mad because people are labeling this and calling it exactly what it is. Because this is normally what you would see people who are not raised right. Like this girl here, she ain't raised right. I don't know who's raising her. I don't know if the father was directly in the video with her. He needs to do a better. Matter of fact, I don't even want him to do a better job. Throw both of them in jail. Throw the mother, throw the father, throw the girl, throw them all in jail. Because you literally just witnessed a crime happen. You could have potentially, and people, we all know that if you hit somebody the correct way in the skull, that's lights out. Like that person is done. That person is gone. How many times have we seen on the news that two people had a fight and all it took was one punch and they're not existing anymore? She hit the back of the person's head. Like I said, if anybody wants to look up, I can't give you the name of the two boxers, but there were two boxers, right? And there was this young Latin dude, right? Great boxer. Dude was in great shape and everything. What inevitably ended up happening was that he got hit wrong, right? The ref didn't sit up there and call the fight the way that it should have been called and got, everything said and done. The young dude ended up getting hit in the back of the head and he's paralyzed. Paralyzed for life, never able to box. He's not able to talk, nothing. The life that he was able to lead, he can no longer lead that. So if that happened in boxing, what then would happen to this young girl with that metal baton? And those metal batons are actually pretty hard. I'm not sure if anybody else has actually run track. Those metal batons are actually pretty hard. You can actually, if you wanted to, you can do damage with those things. But again, for her to get directly all over mainstream media and try to double down and triple down and quadruple down and say that, yeah, she's injured and all, but what about my emotional feelings? Yo, don't nobody care about you. I'm just gonna be real. You literally just tried to take another girl out because you were frustrated because you just weren't fast enough. That's crazy. That's some crazy type of work. And then for you to try to boo-hoo some tears and try to weave and do this tall tale of lies, that's some crazy work. And then you're trying to portray yourself as the victim. And then you got those two black guys sitting there allowing, brother, I need both of them to be checked into a psych ward, because that is crazy. To enable such behavior, to enable such action, and you don't see her giving no apology. You don't see the coach. You don't see the father giving no apology. Everybody's just up there like, yeah, it was a mistake. I don't know what more you're expecting of us. That's crazy work. That's 100% crazy work. Like I said, that young woman could have very easily lost her life. Very easily lost her life. I've seen people lose their life from less. But like I said, this is this is a society that we live in at this moment in time. This is the society that we live in. That's crazy. Like I said, for anybody that is raising daughters out here at this moment in time, I fear for you. I deeply do. Because very easily what you were able to sit up there and witness could happen to your daughter at any point in time. Like I said, you're looking at somebody, a young girl that's horribly not raised correctly, and she suffer from emotional stability. she is lacking that completely. I've never been at a point in time of playing any sports where I was just so mad of losing that I decided to swing out on my opponent. That's crazy. Like, that makes no sense. We're dealing with track here. We're not dealing with boxing or anything like that. This is crazy to me. You're there to run. You literally have an area that you're supposed to stay in, that you're supposed to sit up there and run. You basically got a groove for all intents and purposes. And you decided to go outside of that groove to go after an opponent that was obviously faster than you, that was obviously going to sit up there and beat you, but you couldn't handle that loss. So you lashed out. And let me put it to a further extent, right? This young girl, teenager, decided that she wanted to lash out on the track on another woman, and she wanted to use a weapon. Just imagine what she would sit up there and do to anybody who's raising a son right now. Just think what she would sit up there and do. If an argument isn't going her way, what do you think she's going to do? She's going to lash out. She's going to get a bottle. She's going to get a bat. She's going to get whatever item that she wants to sit up there and get, and she's going to sit up there and strike your son down. Like I said, you're dealing with a very dangerous person. Very dangerous person. And you're looking at grown adults enabling her, bodyguarding, shielding her. You're looking at her telling these tall tales and weeping with these quote, I'm just going to say, for all intents and purposes, these white tears. She really tried to pull that, not realizing that everybody can obviously see that you're black. So it's not going to work the exact same way that it would normally work if this was a white teenager that did this. But yet here we are. Here we are. Maybe, just maybe, her tears would actually work if she was using those tears against a young black guy in her same age range that was running track. Just maybe those tears would actually work and people would feel some type of actual sympathy. She used it against the wrong gender. Wrong gender. But like I said, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. You said, what are we talking about? The main title of the video where you got the female track star that decided to deliberately injure and hit a female track athlete directly in the back of the head. Just looking at that from a whole different angle right there, right? And in a sense, just going over that before I get into some other videos, Yo, what is up, Ty? Also, much love, respect, and appreciation for anybody that is here at this current moment of time during this live stream. Shout out to all 50 that are here with us. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So now, past the track, we're going to go directly into some other videos here that I normally have, because I normally go over one topic, and we have more directly there. So let's load that directly up.
Crime and violence. Jamaica.
So, okay, so let me just give you the starter kit for this, right? So you got the PM, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, letting the Jamaican residents know that are being deported back to Jamaica that, hey, if you're to come here, don't bring the crime. Whatever crime that you were committing over in the United States, don't bring that back to Jamaica, right? So just want to put that out there.
We intend to come back with crime and violence to undermine what we have been building here. Let me be clear to you that this is not the Jamaica that you left 10 or 20 years ago. It is not the JCF that you left 10 or 20 years ago. You will either meet a judge or your maker if you come back to Jamaica and violate our laws and create havoc. I know that there are many who will be returning to Jamaica, coming back to lovely communities like these, rural areas like these, and they may attempt to set up gangs, get involved in scamming, and undermine the values of the communities that they return to. We will not tolerate that. Come back with a good heart and a good mind. Come back willing to work. Come back with your resources. You will be able to make life here. But don't come back here to undermine and destroy what we have built.
I want to say shout out to the Jamaican Prime Minister for being honest about how he feels about Jamaicans coming back there. Because I will sit up there and state that if anybody else were to have said this, dealing with anybody that is melanated, they would have been deemed or called racist, right? We're just going to put that directly out there. We know that to be facts, right? But he specifically stated about his own people. And even online, you have some people trying to find issue with it, but realistically, there is no issue. You know that if you have some people that may be away from home, like let's put it like this, right? If you got family that have been locked up for 10, 15, 20 years, you're going to be a little bit wary. If you're going to be honest, you're going to be a little bit wary because they've been through a lot of different things. Mentally, they're not the exact same person, right? The last time that they've been socially, mentally active outside of prison was, again, 15 or 20 years ago, basically the day that they were locked up. So just like their minds have stayed in one place, their bodies have stayed in one place, so has everything else. So now when those people basically get out into freedom, their chances are they're not going to know how to exactly act. Their social skills are vastly different. The way that they look and read body language, the way that they convey certain is going to be vastly different, right? In certain instances, it may be even more aggressive than what they were before because of the circumstances that they were in. So he's just simply stating that, hey, if you're Jamaican, you were away from us for 10 to 15 years, whatever you left is no longer here. It's not the same thing that it was once before. So we need you to come here and respect that. And if you want to be here, you have to follow our laws and our rules and everything that we got going on right now. We are not going to bend the knee. We're not going to do backflips and loop-de-loops in order to, bow down to you or whatever it is that you want to do. Don't bring whatever crime that you have. Don't bring whatever drugs. Whatever it is that you're doing, do not bring that here because you will be dealt with. I fully 100% co-sign and respect that message. I feel that every single country or nation that has had people basically leave them for 15, 20 years, every single country or nation should tell that to people trying to return. Because again, when you have people trying to return back somewhere, they want things that are familiar. They want the old things back, things that make them feel at ease, things that they don't really gotta, work for and all of these things. They don't want to deal with the new things, right? They don't want to be within the confines of that because that's a whole different understanding. That's a whole different learning. That's a whole different way of which they, want to walk. And a lot of people are not willing to actually compromise in order to live with everybody else in society or the society of now. So like I said, the prime minister, he said nothing wrong. Even though other people directly out there find it, as a problem issue, it is what it is, right? But let's go to the next video, and this one is dealing with the classic tales of those who are African being very concerned and worried about Black American history and how it is that we believe certain things or look at certain things, certain details and whatnot, and them trying to specifically tell us what it is and what it ain't. Let's look at this.
When I found out that some people believe that the transatlantic slave trade was a hoax. Like, there's people out there that think that it was impossible to sail across the Atlantic. I'm literally putting this here because I can't believe, like, my own eyes couldn't believe it at first. Some people think that there were indigenous Black people in the Americas. Children were left behind. The schools need to be reopened. Also, whenever you think there's a huge conspiracy, I feel like your first question should be why? For what purpose? Like, if this would be the most elaborate conspiracy, to what end? There has to be like an obvious answer. And if there isn't, then I feel like your conspiracy is wrong. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna be real. I don't know what's going on, and some people may take this offensively or not. But it's crazy to sit up there and when I heard her voice, if I were to close my eyes, I would imagine a Becky. I would imagine a Brendalina or something like that, right? There is no hint of any ethnicity right there for all intents and purposes. I'm just going to sit up there and be real. I don't care how people sit up there and take it. That's a little bit weird. That's a little bit crazy directly to me. And then on top of that, for her to want to state that it's crazy for Black Americans or others out there to believe that there were indigenous Aboriginal people here before anything happened, and she's calling everybody else as crazy. That's diabolical. So that's what like this is this is where I get really fed up, right? So when we got people over there in Fiji, and the Fijian women, I hope I'm saying it right, Fijian or Fiji, the women over there in Fiji, beautiful. They got beautiful, glossy brown skin, right? They got beautiful froze. Like it almost like something reminiscent of like the 70s. Like it looks beautiful, right? I never heard Africans tell them, "You're not Fiji, you're African." Or the Koreans, the darker complected Koreans and the Chinese. I never hear Africans tell them like, "No, you're not Chinese or Korean, you're African." I don't hear Africans sitting up there, telling Jamaicans or those in the Caribbeans, no, you're not Jamaican or Caribbean, you're African, right? No matter where there are other melanated, darker complected people are, I never see Africans out there telling those people that, no, you're African. You originated from us. You come from us. Everything that you have come from us. You don't have anything of origin. We made you. But for whatever reason, when it deals with Black Americans, there's always a field of Africans, either from the UK, over there from Africa, or whatever. Everybody's always trying to tell Black Americans, you guys are African. But when we sit up there and tell them we know where it is that we came from, and we can show them, they're like, okay, that's cool that, you can go back a few generations, but where really did y'all originate from? Where really did y'all come from? Like, that's crazy. Nobody does that to anybody else. Africans would never sit up there and do that to white folks, even though if we're going out of the straight out of Africa theory, right? Everybody's African, correct? Because everything, as they quote unquote stated, science-wise, everything started from Africa, right? So Europeans, no matter how much we disagree, they're actually African, right? Because everybody came from Africa. But yet they're not trying to tell white people in America that, no, you're not actually American, you're African because you come from us. Everything started from, they're not trying to sit up and do that. They're not doing that to the Europeans. They're not doing that to the Russians or the Scandinavians or people in the Netherlands. They're not doing that to none of those folks. But for whatever reason, the fixation that takes place and happens online when it deals with Black Americans and people trying to always tell Black Americans, no, y'all weren't just here. We don't know where you guys got that from. You're not indigenous to this land. You come just specifically directly from Africa. Right. But the thing that I sit up there and tell people, like, all right, cool. We come from Africa, right? Nobody has 100% precision and certainty been able to tell Black Americans where it is that they come from. They can give you maybe a specific area, but I'm looking for a pinpoint accurate dot where if they pinpoint that area, I can go there and find my family. That's what Black Americans are looking for, and people can't do that. Right? Somebody from Nigeria, they can easily sit up and say like, okay, I'm, they're Nigerian, and they can, point to a point on the map, and they can go there and bam, their family, their village, all of that is basically right there. Right? None of these people claiming that Black Americans come directly from Africa can do that with Black Americans. They can't be as 100% certain as somebody that's from Cameroon, or somebody that's from Zimbabwe, somebody that's from Kenya, somebody that's from Nigeria, somebody that's from South Africa, and so on. They can't sit up there and do that. And it's funny to me how a lot of people, especially those from African worlds, that like to say that Black Americans have, we don't have no culture, we don't have this, we don't have that. Why would you want to claim a group of people that don't add nothing to anything? That doesn't make any sense. You would only actually want to claim something of worth, of or something that you deem valuable. Why would you claim a group of people that you guys say created nothing? Because y'all created everything. Y'all created soul food, y'all created rap, hip hop, the fashion, the music, the beats, everything, right? Everything that Black Americans are, y'all created it. So why would you want to create a group of people that have never created or added anything to the world? That seems a little bit preposterous to me. That seems a little bit weird. So if you got a group of people that you say don't contribute or create nothing to the world, you should allow them to say whatever it is that they want to say. If Black Americans want to say that they just from America, that's it, right? Because we don't have no, we can't give any value to you. We can't add anything that you already got, because remember, y'all produced and made everything. Like it's this, this whole conversation, it blows my mind every single day. Every single day. It's like this is crazy. This is 100% crazy, but it's going to get a little bit more hilarious. But let's keep going.
What's going on, y'all? Is it me, or do y'all find it strange or funny that now all of the stay away from the Akata people now all of a sudden are calling us family, and we all must be African, and everything about what we eat, black-eyed peas and okra, goes back to Africa? However, I keep asking this question: what country on the continent of Africa do foundational Black American freedmen belong to? Can anyone, and I mean anyone, answer that question? If you could tell us that 400 years of being in America, we still have some kind of biological connection to have our creations here in this country inspired by the continent of Africa, then you should be able to tell us where in Africa is replicating the actions that we do here, since it's so much of a DNA tie. Somebody let me know, please.
Right? And this fits along with the whole other video that I brought to you guys before, where the African women who had a UK accent wanted to state that soul food is not just a Black American thing. It's not just an American thing. They got soul food all over Africa. Y'all ain't never referred to anything as soul food. Like that's some like the diabolical work out here that people want to decide to walk this type of line to try to claim every single thing that Black Americans have done and created thus far is astonishing. It's like no matter where we go, no matter where we are in history and whatnot, oh, you guys weren't the only ones. It's not just specific to you. Other people have created that. It's not anything new. Actually, soul food originated over in Africa, and we just use different items, and we No. The food that y'all got, that is in a sense your nation, your country's type of food, or whatever it is, whatever y'all eat. That is Ghanaian food, or I'm sorry, food from Ghana. Food from Zimbabwe, food from Kenya, food from South Africa, food from wherever, right? Whatever specific area that you're from, that is going to be a dish specific to that area. The food that we have is very specific to America, because the food that we eat is very specific to America. At no point in time have I ever eaten any African food. Let me just make that clear. In any of my vegetables, that is here. We grow that here. just to sit up there and be clear, we grow that here. We grow that here. It's like this is some crazy, like I said, the crazy work out here. It's crazy. Like we can't even have food that historically matches up with the things that we have gone through in the United States. We can't even just have that. Magically, soul food, everything that we eat here. Oh, no. The Africans, they originated that. I'm like, okay. So we got white people that sit up there and tell Black people, you guys don't invent nothing. You guys ain't contribute nothing. Then we got Africans doing the exact same thing. No, Black Americans. Everything that you are is us. We create everything that you are and ever will be. Everything from your beats to your music to how it is that you talk, how it is that you walk, your hair, your style, everything. I'm like, word? I'm like, so when black people were doing what they were doing in the 80s, what were y'all doing again? How were y'all dressing? Let me know. Going back to the 60s, how were y'all dressing? Right? While we were sitting up there like in suits and doing all of this and music, how are y'all sitting up there moving around and dressing? Because last time I checked, people wasn't checking for Africans. Nobody was, checking the mood directly over there. Nobody was checking the vibe over there to see what y'all doing in the music and whatnot or whatever. Nobody was doing that. Nobody was doing that. So to even try to utter from your lips that you created what it is that we are and that we still do today is crazy. That is 100% crazy. Like, let's even go to the whole extent of the whole thing of slavery, right? Transatlantic, yada yada yada. We've been separated for so long. How could you even claim anything that we're doing right now? How? Like, I'm just now looking over there at Africa and I'm seeing people over there with dirt bikes. Y'all got like dirt bikes going, like the motocross bikes. Yeah, you just sitting up there doing like the baggy jeans. You sitting up there putting on like some J's, designer clothes. You sitting up there like sagging your pants. You sitting up there wearing chains and glasses. You getting your hair lined up. I'm like, bro, everything that I'm looking at right now, that is from here. That is from America. That is not from over there in Africa at all. Even the way that they rap. It's like you can rap in your language, but how you're moving and trying to, that's us. So that's a little bit weird that somebody who is supposed to be the originator is copying from a copy. Hopefully I said that right. Like, cause that don't make any type of sense at all. And it's like, no matter where we go or where we look, everybody is trying to sit up there and say that Black Americans, copy them and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. I'm like, bro, for the most part, this is how crazy it is. Black Americans are the smallest. Like, if we really look at this, right, out of the whole world, we are the smallest group directly out here, but putting out the biggest impact. Africans have a larger population. People in South America got a larger population. Right? People in Asia got a larger population. People in Europe got a larger population. Black Americans, with the little bit of numbers that we got, have made the largest waves versus the hundreds of millions or billions that are directly out here. That's some crazy work. And I'm looking at it as everybody else is just bad. It's like everybody else is mad because it's like, all right, why is everybody paying attention to these Black Americans? They don't even really have a population. Look at us over there in Africa. We got like 1 billion. I'm like, it's cool that y'all got 1 billion, but y'all ain't really moving nothing. Like, y'all really just got like started up with the whole rap and everything like that. Because realistically, y'all were doing tribal type of music, and that type of stuff is beautiful. That's indigenous. That is directly to the land. That is from the land. That is from the soul. That is from the people. That tells a story. That's beautiful work out there. That's God's work. Nothing wrong with that. But it's weird to see people go from a quote unquote tradition, right, of something that you should be proud of, to copying Black Americans. How does that work? Like, that's some crazy work. And you can look at that all over. Wherever you just so happen to see melanated, quote unquote, Black people, you happen to see the exact same thing. Compare Black American music to how it's always been in America, and then look historically at everybody else and what they've been doing. It looks like somebody was doing it first. Wonder who that was. But like I said, it is what it is. Somebody always got to have somebody else to hate on. They always got to have a reason to validate, compare and contrast, to be like, we're better and da. I'm like, that's crazy. We just sit up here and mind our business. And for the longest time possible, Black Americans have always tried to pedestalize and, highlight whatever it is that other people were just so happen to be doing. It don't matter if they were from the islands. It don't matter if it was from South America. It doesn't matter if it was over there in Africa or whatever. If we thought it was cool or whatnot, we're going to sit up there and holler, be like, yo, much love, much power to y'all. Like, keep doing what it is that y'all doing. And in order to further highlight and to bring light to it, if we really like it that much, we may even add it to our music so that other people can catch wind of what it is, the type of music that y'all just so happen to make. But with us doing all of that work over the years, just because we love and we don't recognize other people that look like us, this is what we get. This is the type of treatment that we just so happen to get from all the others directly out there. Crazy work. Crazy work. And I want to also take it to another effect, right? You have a lot of people that want to say that Black Americans are lazy, uneducated, all the other type of good stuff, right? But it's crazy how and we come from the American school system, right? We're lazy, uneducated. We don't want to do this, do that, come opportunities and yada, yada, yada. But yet you leave your homeland to come to America to receive the exact same education that we get, that you say that we're, uneducated, all this other type of crazy. Y'all go to the same schools, go to the same colleges, work the same jobs. I'm a little bit confused. I'm just a little bit confused. Like I said before, it's weird to me seeing other people want to talk horribly about Black Americans, but yet you run. Matter of fact, let me just be nice. You get on a nice plane and you leave your homeland and you come here. How does that make sense? You like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And then the craziest part is that a lot of Africans and whoever else, they'll come here to live. They won't sit up there and come here just to be like, all right, I got my education. Let me go back and educate my people, educate the village, all this other. No. You will literally come from Africa, wherever you are, come here and get an education, and then you'll be here to stay for as long as you exist. And then the moment of time that it's time for you to basically pass, guess what? You want to be buried back home. How'd that work? So all the value, everything that you accomplished and built is here. And you have nothing to take back to your homeland but your body. The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. Because the African government is not going to be able to, get your business. They're not going to be able to get the money from your account and all this other and bring it back. No. That's staying here in America. All of that is under the title America. So Africa ain't getting that back. So not only are you allowing everybody else a second colonization of Africa taking place by way of China, aka Neo-China, Neo-Africa China, right? But you're also deliberately robbing your home of the possibility of new found knowledge and intelligence, breathing new life into those areas. Because you want to be selfish and you just want to run from the problem. You don't want to fix it. You don't want to be there to stay. You don't want to try to sit up there and build. You don't want to go back there and mix and mingle with all of your people. You ain't trying to do none of that. You ain't trying to go back there and be a leader. Because if I'm sitting up there looking at it with all of the Africans that I've even went to school with, Africa should be having like a infinite amount of leaders directly over there that are educated, that are knowledgeable, that are well versed. But that's not, in a sense, what I'm seeing. I see a few of the nations teaming up and they're realizing their worth. They're seeing what's going on and they're kicking the Europeans directly out there. Much love and many blessings and more power to them. But the rest of the African nations there, I'm not seeing that taking place and happening. Again, I'm looking at runners. I'm looking at track stars. That's all I'm seeing. But yeah, these are the same people that are, want to come over here and talk about Black Americans. But the only reason that you can even come and make it over here is because Black Americans exist. Because we make it easier. Because I've done videos and seen how you guys get treated over there in China. I've seen that dirty work. That's crazy. It was even to the point y'all were getting treated so bad, y'all needed representatives to come over there and start highlighting the problem and talking about it so that they can try to put a halt to the treatment of what was taking place. I've seen how you guys get treated directly over there in Europe as well, too. See how, when you don't have a grouping of people that you can masquerade as or mask up as, try to match in to just assume something so that you can just make it. Without Black Americans, oh, y'all would be having some very tough problems in America. Because again, I'm looking at China and I'm looking at Europe, two of the main large places where Africans tend to run to, and y'all are getting treated horribly. But here in America, that's not really the case because y'all can match in with the Black Americans. Let me get the hairstyle real quick. Right. Let me get the fade. Let me get the lingo down. Let me get a chain or two. Let me start, wearing a Nike tags. Let me get some J's. Let me do this. Let me do that. Let me, matter of fact, become a rapper or a singer. Let me do what the Black Americans do and let me match in and fit in so I won't stick out like a sore thumb so America can't really come at me a certain type of way. Crazy work. Crazy work. Diabolical. Wait, somebody got thrown into the. I was so focused, I don't even know what happened. Let me see. Let me see. What was that? Who was that? He was like, "This dude sounds coonish to me. I don't need any specific country to claim my ancestral land. You people allow the J people to claim your land based on your ancestry and da da da." That's good for you, champ. If you feel that you are African, your lineage is directly over there, no problem. Go directly over there. Go directly over there, buy up your land, move directly. I'm pretty sure whatever country it is, they will welcome you home with no problem. You got Ghana, they've done that exact same thing. They have opened up their doors and be like, yo, we're going to sit up there and apologize for whatever took place historically. And our way to apologize is that we're going to give free citizenship to the Americans there who decide to come here. And we're going to, accept you with open arms and and whatnot, whatever. But I want people to understand this, though. When Africa says that they're going to welcome you with open arms, this is business. This is business, right? Because let's say that I was like a missing child or I was a child given up for, adoption or whatnot, whatever. I'm not going to need no special clearance if my parents want to find me and allow me in their house. I'm not going to need a special type of clearance to be there. That's basically my home because those are my parents. They just, gave me up at a certain time. And then at another certain point in time, they were like, you know what, we're mature enough. We're sorry. We want you to come back home. This is your home. This is our home. We want you to be here, right? When you're getting offered citizenship and everything like that, it's a business deal. And like I said, I am not mad at those African nations for sitting up there doing that, right? Everybody does business one way or another. Not mad at that at all. I just don't want a lot of Black Americans to, in a sense, be confused and think that this is just some type of lovely, great journey and that's all that's going to be said. No. This is about business, right? Because they know that Black Americans have leverage. They know that Black Americans have money. They know that Black Americans have the ability to make things move and shake. They can start businesses and make things hot. This is what that is. So you'll have some nations over there. They'll be like, we'll offer you some land, right? And in trade, you have to be able to offer something in return, which is, the energy, whatever it is that you're able to sit up there and bring. Right? Like I said, it is what it is. But like I said before on this platform, I've been called a great deal of many of things. I'm not even offended no more. You got to come up with some better and some newer words for me. You might have to be speaking like a Babylonian language or something so that I can actually like rack my brain over something. I mean, because you want to sit up there and say, oh, you something coolish. I don't care. Next, what else you got? Do better. Like I said before, y'all using the same terms that y'all done using everybody else. Crazy work. But again, this is what I stated before. You got people that stay in the comment section versus people that actually talk. And again, I'm talking. You're not. So that's probably who got banned directly to the shadow realm. But like I said, it is what it is. It is what it is. I love it though. I love it. I love it 100%. What else we got? Let me see some other comments. I'm probably not going to try to roll through all of them, but you said they're going to do your money if you go to Africa. I'm not even sure what that mean. You said it's sad that the Philippines offer a better option. Oh, okay. Okay. You're talking about yeah. Okay, I get what you're talking about now. You're talking about the fact that, and I think I might have covered some videos about this where Black Americans have gone over to Africa and they've talked about how they receive an upcharge when it is that they want to do certain things. Like if they want to just buy something basic, or if it's room and board or whatever it is, they receive an upcharge, right? Versus if it's somebody native to the land, or even if it's somebody white, right? And that's the craziest part. And like I said before, race is something that is there. It is present. Because like I said before, white people or Europeans will get treated differently in Africa versus Black Americans. And that's just a fact. I don't care what anybody feels. I don't care what anybody states. It has been shown directly on social media, even by Africans themselves. So I don't even got to debate with nobody on that. Y'all can go do that research for yourself. You can go do that. Because like I said, I done seen it too many times. Because I done seen some white Americans directly out here decide that they want to go over to Africa to live like kings and do all this other type of stuff, and still be disrespectful. And guess what? They still get treated nice with no problem. I'm like, you're excusing the madness of which they are stating directly to you in your own country, on your own land. That is crazy, because white Americans would never do that. White Americans would always, it don't matter where you're from, let you come to the United States and disrespect a white American. They're going to stand 10 toes down, especially depending on what state it is. Oh, they're really going to be standing 10 toes down directly on you. They're going to let you know that you ain't from here. They're going to let you know to sit up there and go back to wherever it is that you came from. They're going to let you know that this is America. They're going to let you know that this is theirs. Right? They're going to do that. But for whatever reason, I don't really see that from the Africans, because I done seen the Chinese do the exact same thing to many different Africans as well, too, which is crazy to me. You got Indians, you got the Asians, you got Europeans directly over there that can literally build up businesses and schools and tell you that they don't want you there. And they built this up on your land. Something that historically is yours. And you're allowing them to sit up there and tell you, African people, that you don't belong there. You got people in South Africa right now talking about that they're trying to basically build an all European or all white state, and so that you can't be there. It is specifically for them. Woo, that's some diabolical work. Because I promise you, if any African decided to go to Europe and state that and wanted to do it, I promise you they would get you right on up out of there, one way or another. Either they get you on plane or by train, whatever it is, or you going back by casket. Any which way that it happens is going to happen. You would never be able to sit up there and do that in Europe. But yeah, you allow everybody else from around the world to come directly to that continent, into your nations, and tell you that you don't belong there. This school is specifically for the Indians. This business is for the Chinese. This village here is for the whites, the Europeans. Crazy work. Crazy. But then I got somebody trying to tell me that we allowed a whole nother group of people to take our land over here in America. That's some crazy work. I'm looking at all of Africa, for all intents and purposes, being colonized. A whole continent split apart because of Europeans. And you got the nerve to sit up there and talk about Black Americans. You need to fix your face real quick. Just to let you know. That's crazy. That is crazy. Diabolical work. But let me see. Which video do I want to go back into? That's the other lady. Okay. So we're going to stay on this whole train directly dealing with Africans, right? So we're going to go to this next video here.
American newly. I used to think African Americans are lazy. They don't want to work and all that. You will never understand the struggle of African Americans until you live in the system for 5 years. Then you understand that being black in the system is already playing you 10-0. Like you are 10 steps behind. The schools in black neighborhoods, they're all underfunded. The only thing you can find anywhere, everywhere in black neighborhood is liquor store. Keep drinking and keep yourselves busy. Now I understand why everybody's fighting so much to live in white neighborhood. Before I used to say they are not proud of their skin color. They don't love who they are. But they're actually fighting for their children's future. Because being black in the system is already playing you 10-0. You are 10 steps behind. Is it you that is coming with underfunded certificates that want to be competing with somebody that is 10 steps ahead of you? Being black in the system is tough. You see, African Americans and Africans, we're all the same. Let us not be distracted. We are all the same. The only difference is that one is living in America, the other one is coming from Africa. Let's support each other's business. If you see your brother trying to make ends meet, support his business. You get to the point now. Peace and love.
Shout out to Mo, because I had somebody in the comment section try to tell me that you know, we continuously blame the Europeans when it was actually the Spanish. So let's just look at something, right? So you said it was the Spanish that is continuously you know, doing things, right? Let me go to ChatGPT real quick. Let me just do that. Right. All right, let me see. Where ask ChatGPT. Where is Spain? Spain is located in southwestern Europe. And Portugal is to the west. So let me repeat that one more time. Spain is located in southwestern Europe. So if I happen to say that the Europeans are taking hold, still have hold directly of Africa, I mean just that. I mean just that. Like that's some crazy work. Like you want to come all this way, but like it was a Spanish that did it. Where is Spain located? Where do you think that Spanish even? Dog, bro, I'm not doing this. You gotta be kidding me. Like I literally just type this in the chat GPT because I ain't feel like pulling up a map, and I got some maps in the background, but I ain't feel like doing that. You could have, before you write, just put it in the chat GPT real quick, so you don't end up looking stupid. That's all I'm saying. We literally got AI at this moment in time, and people refuse to even sit up there and use it. But you want to come up here and leave a comment as if you really did something. Wow. Oh man, because I know those. I know it's not bots. I know it's not bots. D Money was like, "Yo, man, you might have to show a map." Oh man, hold on. Let me see something real quick. Hold on. Dear Lord, let's see if we can get a clear, large map here. Because I wanted like a larger size map. Let me see. Maps. Click that real quick. All right, let me just highlight this. This is some crazy work directly up there. Crazy work. Can't believe this. Can I circle this real quick? Let me do I got a marker for this? Wow. Let me gotcha. Let me just save this real quick. So for anybody else that want to roll up here and just try to, you know, say some craziness, right? Let me just highlight this for you, because Lord have mercy. It's crazy when you got to do like heavy lifting, because things are like so simple. Because you got like random people that want to, you know, leave some comments directly over this. It's some diabolical work, boy. Let me tell you. Right, so let me get rid of that one. Let me put that above. Let me go back here and give you guys that. So, class, if we clearly look at this map, right, and again, you don't got to believe my words. Maybe this is, you know, AI generated because Spain may be in America. I don't know, right? But we can clearly look at this and we can clearly see that Spain is a part of Europe, right? Just saying. Right. I didn't get the whole map, but you see Portugal, you see Spain, you see France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Ireland, the UK, Poland, Chechnya, Austria, Croatia, Italy. So again, I'm just a little bit. This is Europe. I'm just maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe this is not Europe, right? Right? Maybe people want to sit up there and say, you know what? Spain is actually connected to Africa, so technically it's an African nation, right? Right. Maybe people want to sit up there and do that, or maybe people want to go by the waterways and try to separate it some type of way, and try to say like, nah, actually, Spain is completely separate from Europe and Africa. It's it's its own thing, even though realistically, if you look at it, it's landlocked in a sense. At least in like two areas, right? So north, south, you got those areas. You probably got some little squeeze room in between for some water. Right, and then all the rest of it is, pretty much open on the left and the right. But yeah, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. The money said they might be a visual learner. I mean, I'm a hands-on learner, but I can still understand certain things. Like, like to me, that's just crazy. I'm like, dog, I might not be like the smartest crayon in the box, but it's like, Jesus Christ. Please, I that person has to be from the American school system. I'm just gonna be real. Has to be. Have to be from the American school system. Like, you shouldn't have to do this. You shouldn't have to do it. Like, it's crazy. MD Williams said a Sharpie. Yeah, a computer. So we don't really have like Sharpies, but you got the marker that you can use to circle. So, that's what I did. It's crazy work. Diabolical. Oh, Ty said here, hey, happy you made it home safe, brother. Happy you made it home safe. What is up, Sham? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? What is happening? We got Miss Gray in the building as well. We got Rabbit as well. But yeah, let's let's continue from that foolishness. Now this one, I actually liked the video that I'm about to give to you guys. I actually like this one a lot more because of people actually being honest and real about the the whole of the situation. So we're going to take a listen to these two men here and see what they got to say.
African Americans for a long time, and it's year 2025, didn't even know there were black people here.
Oh, really? I mean, well, yeah, no, I feel you. To a certain degree. I mean, it's not something that people really think about.
Yeah, no one did.
That much.
No one did, because no one knew that we were here. They genuinely didn't know that we were here. And when they saw us, obviously emulating you guys, because you guys have been given the biggest platforms in the world since the beginning of the entertainment industry.
Right.
Everyone knows. Some of the first biggest actors were African American. The biggest singers were African American. Biggest fashion designers were African American. In the black community anyway, it was always African American. So you guys were like the epitome of blackness. So everyone copied you, from Africa to Australia to wherever black people were, the South Americans in Brazil, you name it, they all copied African Americans. So a lot of African Americans will see us now and think, oh damn, there's black people over there, but then they see us acting like you and couldn't understand why we're acting like you. But what I just said is why. We had no other blueprint to who we were other than African Americans. So if you wore your hat a certain way, we copied it. If you wore your jeans a certain way, we copied it. If you spoke with a certain slang, we copied it. So this is what it is with the black Brits. They've seen all these actors like Denzel Washington, seen all these actors like Morgan Freeman, seen all these actors that have just basically been like megalithic kind of like stars in the top,
legends, icons,
And because the UK industry, even for the white actors in the UK, it's not that promising for them, let alone blacks. We don't have a scene like Hollywood. UK does not have a Hollywood where this is the place you go to make it. There's no such place. We don't have a one spot that you go to make it in the UK. We literally don't. There's no like big Paramount production companies or Columbia. We don't have that stuff.
So we heard it, right? I want to sit up there and state this. Let me go back to the picture of this man here. I respect the fact when you have individuals like this who can actually come out and be honest. They be like, yo, the reason that over there in the UK we even talk or act or do certain things is because we modeled our thing after y'all. There was a small documentary that I saw about or video that I watched about the UK music scene. And the people there, they were sitting up here stating that they, in a sense, didn't have their own thing, but just like he stated, everybody was watching Black Americans. So they started to model their whole thing. So when you listen to a lot of UK rappers, they got the blueprint from Black Americans. They didn't start wearing gold chains and jogging pants and all whatever is considered urban, hip hop wear. They weren't wearing it because they got that from Africa. They were wearing it because they were modeling and watching every single thing. They were studying every single thing that Black Americans were doing. I respect people like this because they at least know. And they acknowledge what it is that they know, and they try to give the information to other people to enlighten them, to make them more knowledgeable so that they don't just sit there in ignorance and on a low heat and just simmer. Because that's what a lot of people like to do. From others in the UK, from others directly in Africa, from others from the Caribbean, and so on and so on and so on. This is what a lot of them like to do. This dude literally stated that, Black Americans were the blueprint for pretty much everything, right? And then within that, I can acknowledge this, right? When I listen to UK rap, they still, in a sense, have the basis of what it is that they emulated and took, but they added their own, let's say, like flavor, seasoning, or whatever you want to sit up there and call it, to the music. And what I mean by that is, instead of the rappers in the UK rapping about American stuff, like stuff they never experienced, that only Black Americans really rap about because they actually lived the experience, talked about it, seen it, they're talking about the things that they see over there in the UK, things that are close by, friends and family, and all this other type of stuff, right? In that way, making it their own, right? So like I said, I can respect that because you studied it long enough where it's like, all right, I gotta differentiate. I gotta start to make a separation. I can't go on for so long trying to sit up there and copy and do, and all this other, type of deal. But like I said before, too many of the Africans over there in the UK got the mindset as if they just started everything, such as hip hop, rap, fashion, whatever it is. Even it might even come down to hairstyles. And I'm like, you're smoking rocks. I'm like, you didn't do none of that. I'm like, the way that Black Americans cut their hair, no. Like over there in Africa, yeah, they got designs and everything like that for braids and whatnot. That's cool. But the hundreds, if not thousands of different hairstyles that we literally got over, no, brother. And then the things that we do to even highlight the hair as well too. Like, I thought it was cool during the whole extent when people used to use either the chalk or they would use the airbrush to basically, throw different colors in between like the little lines or the cuts or the designs to like highlight that along with the hair. Like, dog, even going back, I wish I still had the book. But if you're Black, in certain Black areas, you got fashion shows or hair fashion shows where the best of the best of hair fashion in the community and whatnot would come out, and they'll do like this whole, big competition of, who is the best. And they used to also throw that directly into the magazines. Like, I used to look at those magazines every single year, and I would sit up there and just be in awe and amazement of the hairstyles or the ways that we would cut and design every single time. And I'm like, I'll be looking through the books. I'm like, this design is so cool. It's like, I want that, but I don't got that much hair, so I can't do it. So I have to try to, go for, something a little bit different or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, it's crazy, but you're only going to have a few like him that are going to be honest about how it is that they themselves inevitably got the make and model and the information to do what it is that they do at this moment in time. And like he said, they don't have a Hollywood directly over there. They don't got some big record labels directly over there like the United States have. So this is why you have a lot of people from all over the world, no matter how great people say that, I love the UK, I love Africa, I love the islands, I love Australia, I love this. Everybody is leaving where it is that they are to come here because if you basically get lit here, oh, it's over. You're going all over the world. It's great because everybody knows it's cool to be local, right? If you're just all for like local fame and whatnot, all right, that's cool. You cool with like the neighborhood or maybe like the city. But outside of that, don't nobody know who you are. A lot of people from around the world, they're tired of just being an unknown or a nobody. So instead of doing that, they're like, yo, I'm about to leave home and I'm coming to the United States. So you got a lot of those from the UK coming over to the United States to come act. So this is why you got a lot of UK actors coming over. And what are they doing? They're not doing British shows. They're coming directly into black shows. And they're making sure to use an American accent. They're not really, like I said, for the longest time possible, I didn't know. I think it was like the brother, what was it? Jeffrey from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I did not know that he was even from the UK. When I actually heard his voice, yo, that blew my mind. I'm like, wow. That was like when I found out later that Idris Elba. I thought that Stringer Bell. I thought that dude was American. I'm like, yo, look at that brother right the blade. This Idris right there. And then I heard his voice. My jaw hit the floor. I'm like, where are you from? The UK? That's huh? It's blew my mind. But like I said, you have a lot of UK actors directly over in the United States. And again, they're not doing UK shows. They're not trying to do UK shows. They're not even using their UK accent. They're doing a baseline American accent. Like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy. But like I said, you don't see Black Americans trying to fly directly over to everybody else's country and trying to be a superstar. We ain't trying to do that. Now, if we're already established and we want more money, yeah, we're going to sit up there and go over to other people's countries, right? So you got like Kelly Rowland. She's established here in America, but America's saturated. So what does she do? She's going over there to Europe. She might go over there to Australia, and she's going to, have her concerts and everything like that. That's what a lot of our Black artists happen to do. And that's the main thing I told a lot of rappers. I'm like, dog, instead of like maybe establish something here and get to a certain point, but after that, start going over to these other countries and start touring. Become big directly over there. Don't worry about being, in a sense, really big over here in the United States, because it's like it's not going to really get you nowhere. Because you want to, in a sense, differentiate yourself. And the world is large enough for a lot of people to do their own thing. It's like over here in America, it's way too saturated with stuff. So this is why it's so easy. Let's say if white rappers, if you got a white boy that want to be a rapper, this is why it's so easy for a white boy to just come in and just become famous and popular, because it's a little bit different. He might be saying the exact same thing as the other Black rappers, but because he's white, because his hair is different, he looks different. There you go. Like that's how easy it is. Like I said, what was the dude? Shabuzi doing country music, and that dude is last time I checked, what is he, Nigerian? Yeah, that's crazy. Because I'm like, what do Nigerians even know about country? Just saying, just being honest, because over there in Africa, there is no country music. There is nothing over there like country music at all. But you got an African that came directly over here doing country music, and he got the #1 chart. Just saying. Like I said, you can be different and come directly over here, and you can sit up there and make it. But if you're Black American and you want to try to do the same thing as a white boy or a Shabuzi, and you want to go over there to Africa to sit up there and make it, good luck. Good luck, because you better have already established something here in America for people to know who you are in order for you to make it directly over there. Because like I said, they got African artists directly over there, and they're going to take those African artists over you. They're going to support home first before they just so happen to support you. Now, if you're famous and more established than those African artists, that's a little bit different, right? It's crazy. It is crazy. Star Child said, we boycotting these films with Africans in them taking our roles. D Money said, get that global money. Yeah. And like, dude, and the funny thing is, that's what I wanted, because there is like a double-edged sword directly with this. And I'm going to get to that in a second. But when it deals with like a lot of these young rappers, there's two reasons why I would want a lot of the younger Black male rappers who got money right now to go around the world and, rap and do music. And number one, that's because it's not as saturated. you can differentiate yourself and you can expose yourself to a lot of different culture, therefore also open up your mind, changing your lyrics and doing some different things. You may, your music may also change depending on where it is that you go, right? And that's how music tends to evolve. The moment of time that music stays stagnant and in one position is if people tend not to move or to go outside of their comfort zone. So this is why you got a lot of drill. This is why you got a lot of hood. This is why you got a lot of shoot 'em up, bang, bang, because this is all that they know. And they're not really trying to sit up there and move to anywhere else because they don't know what it is. They don't know how to act. It's a sense of like fear. So this is why you normally have a lot of these rappers who talking about shooting up, sliding, all this other type of stuff. You don't really see them go to other countries like that. And if they do, they're going in groups. But I'm like, dog, you're outside of the country now. You don't need to go with a gang of like 20 dudes to be, realistically directly with you. Ain't nobody really going to be, in a sense, hunting you down like that. Right? You're not going to be having ops over there in Italy. When you go to France, you're not going to be having ops directly over there. Right? You're not going to be going to Bangladesh having ops and you just need to, have a Sprinter van. Like that's you're not going to be going to Croatia. Like, what are we doing? Right? But like I said before, you got a lot of people that are unsure, uncomfortable, no matter how they may seem here. Like I said, a lot of people who are quote unquote, they like to say that they like the hardest dude directly out here. They can say that at home. Right, a lot of those guys they can say that here in America, right? Because I'm free, I can go anywhere, all this other, yeah, sure you can. The Yakuza still run Japan, and they know who is coming in and out of Japan. So let me know how you do with those, the Yakuza directly over there in Japan, because they ain't playing no games. Like I said, it don't matter who it is that Japan is theirs. So you're not gonna have who is one of the main people that they always talk about here in America, like a J Prince or whatever. It don't matter who that is. Yakuza not gonna sit up there and care. If you do something that's out of line or something that they don't like, they're gonna sit up there and come see you, and it's gonna be a problem. And ain't nobody here in America gonna be able to sit up there and save you. The Japanese government is not gonna sit up there and save you. Because it wasn't that long ago that I showed you guys a video. It was about like last year or so. It was a streamer on Twitch or whatever, and he was being very disrespectful in Japan. And you had them roll up to that guy real quick. They were like several deep, if not 20 deep. And they were like, yo, and they had on their suits and whatnot. It was like they was letting them know, like, yo, man, and they were being very respectful, which is crazy to me. Because I'm like, yo, these people are being disrespectful on your land and your home and your turf. You have every right to sit up there and do whatever. Because nobody should be sitting up there bringing their muddy shoes and tracking it directly through your house. Because that's how I looked at it, right? But they were trying to be as respectful as possible. They did not want anything to turn violent or to go left or a certain type of way. They were giving this dude umpteen warnings. The dude just kept burying himself. And I'm like, you need to just shut up. If they're being nice to you, they're not trying to do anything to you or even put hands, just shut up. But like I said, a lot of people don't know just when to stay quiet. So like I said, a lot of people can sit up there and say that they good anywhere. That's not really true because you ain't really been anywhere. You've been home. You've been in America. America is a very large landmass within itself, but you've only been here. You ain't been to the Red Square over there in Russia. You ain't been to some other areas directly here in Australia where black people ain't at. You ain't been to some of the deepest areas in China where if they see you, it's going to sit up there and be a problem. There's a lot of places around the world that if you go, it will be an issue because you're not supposed to be there. So like I said, that's what, but, back to the whole thing that I was saying before, the one main thing that I want these younger guys to explore and to go around the world is because also for all intents and purposes, it's in a sense beyond what I just listed. It's in a sense for all intents and purposes safer than home, right? Because if the rappers are basically rich at home, then a lot of the people at their home base are going to be the main ones that are going to try to like get rid of them. They're going to try to take that throne. They're going to try to, take whatever celebrity and whatnot, whatever. Like I said before, there's umpteen stories that I've seen over the years where 10 plus, 20 plus, 25 plus young rappers from the hood sat up there and had their lives taken. because you got other young dudes out there jealous. They mad. So instead of them getting money and getting their stuff up, they would rather try to just snuff out somebody else's flame real quick and just let it be that. Crazy work. 100% crazy work. Now, if anybody want to sit up there and talk about things being lazy, that's lazy. For you to, in a sense, be within the same city, the same town, or went to the same school as somebody, and then you're looking at them as successful, and then you're looking at yourself as less than, and when you look at yourself, you get mad and angry, so you just want to take somebody else out. Yo, that's lazy. Like, you don't want to work for nothing. That's why you're in the place that you're in. If you're mad at somebody else for being more successful, then you need to start getting up real quick. You need to start, doing some laps. You need to start, educating yourself more, getting some more knowledge in your system. You need to explore some different options. Because like I said, this is why you got a lot of misguided anger and frustration directly out here, because a lot of dudes don't know what to do with themselves. They would rather be mad and jealous at somebody else versus mad and jealous at themselves. Well, not the jealous part, but, mad and angry at themselves. Nobody ever wants to take out their anger and frustrations on them. They always want to take it out on somebody else or somebody else that's close. So that's why I'm saying that for a lot of these young dudes out here, I would rather them explore around the world and get money and get famous, because they got pretty much a longer longevity by way of doing that. If you do it at home, like I said, RIP to Young Dolph. Like that man lost his life. That dude was going to get cookies. And you had dudes just like roll up on him real quick, spray up the scene and dip out. RIP to Triple X Tentacion. That was another good artist. Dudes just came up on the scene, sprayed him down real quick, and left out. Like this is the type of stuff that continuously happens day in and day out. And it's always people within that person's community that sets them up and that's trying to take them out. All because they got a little bit more than what the other person got. All because this group feels slighted by this other group. It's crazy work. But like I said, when you're dealing with the mentality of people that their frame of mind and the scope of the world is so microscopic, this is what happens. They feel like it's not enough room, so they got to make room. It's crazy, man. Like it's a lot of, small and short-sighted people directly out here. Some crazy work, man. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff that I'm tired of seeing. Tired of seeing. Like, that's crazy. Oh yeah, Rabbi. You know who I was talking about? Yeah, Johnny Somali. Yeah. Yeah, he going to that Korean prison for a minute. Like I said, I'm not mad at all for that Korean dude laying hands on him. I think that dude was in the military too. I'm not even mad. But yeah, you had two instances though. You had one Japan, and then you had the other one in Korea. But like I said, it's crazy. And all he had to do was just shut up. That's all he had to sit up there and do. And I want to also sit up there and state this because of people like Johnny Somali, whatever. Because of people like him, people will look at him and then they'll look at Black Americans and think they're one and the same. And I'm like, no. Let's not do that. Oh, no. We are not one and the same. No. Oh, no. Like I said, because when Black Americans just so happen to go to somebody else's country, 9 times out of 10, I'm not saying that you don't have some rarities of people getting out of hand and disrespectful, but 9 times out of 10, when Black Americans go to somebody else's country, we go there with respect, the utmost respect. We ain't trying to go against nobody else's laws to end up in prison for a lifetime or anything like that. We are not trying to sit up there. Now, the goofies, the dummies, all that's them. That they are a part of that 1%. Everyday average Black American citizens are normally going to everybody else's country. We are going there as guests. We believe that we are guests. We are going to respect the country and the people as guests. We are going to walk and talk as guests. We are not going to be sitting up there doing any more, any less. But like I said before, when you got other people that can masquerade or try to match in and try to act as though that they are Black Americans. I'll just have to turn off OBS real quick because my graphics card, for whatever reason, just kicked on, which makes no sense. That's crazy. So my apologies if stream is looking kind of crazy or if it might be delayed or something. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was OBS basically turning up on me for no reason. So yeah, my apologies if we might have had some delay or difficulties there. My graphics card kicked up for some reason and the whole CPU was just getting like used up for like no reason, which made no sense. But yeah, like I was saying, a lot of that is just crazy. But let's go to, I can actually cross that video out. I think we did this one. Get that one out of here. Get that one out. Get that one out. Now we can go to another video, and this one has to do with a celebrity. And how it is that now she has to live out of a car. Some of you guys might have seen it if you're on X or on social media, right? So let's look at it real quick.
You guys, for the past almost 3 years, I have been living in my car. I said it. Oh my God, it's out. I've been living in my car. Oh my gosh. If you remember, if you guys were with me, in 2020, I did like 105,000 interviews. And in the interim, I was living with my parents in Vegas. And that was wonderful until it wasn't. I love my mom, but she became very angry. And a lot of her anger, she was taking out on me, and I was her target all the time. And I was like, I can't deal with this. Like, I respect her too much. Let me get out of here. And I was sleeping in my car for maybe about a month in Vegas. And then the guy that was co-managing me at the time was living in LA, and he said, you need to come back to LA. Okay. And he said that I could stay with him. And so I was like, okay. He's like, I don't have a lot of room, but I'll make room for you. And then when I got to his place, he actually didn't have room for me. So it turned into, okay, well, I'm going to put you in a hotel for the night. And that one night turned into 8 months. Oh my God, you guys. Because every apartment that I looked at, every single time I looked at a place, I would call him and I'm like, okay, can you meet me here? I would tell him ahead of time, of course. And then he wouldn't meet me there, and so I would take video and send it to him. And he's like, no, oh my God, this neighborhood, I hate it. I mean, I felt like he was playing games, and I knew he was playing games, and I wasn't the one. I'm like, come on, I'm trying to make this easier on you because financially, I know it's got to be hard. You're paying your rent and you're paying my hotel. His apartment was $1,700 a month. And then my hotel was over $3,000. Yep. So, and I was always stressed every week because he would pay weekly for the hotel. So every week I was like, oh my God, can you afford it? Are you okay? And he's like, no, I can't, but I'm getting it together. What? You're the one who said to go to the hotel, and you're not approving any of the apartments. Like, it would be so much cheaper to just get me into an apartment. Like, what's the problem?
So I want to say this. The reason why this hits close to home is because of situations that I know of, and going through a situation of living in a hotel week to week. And I understand. I mean, you know, mine wasn't. I think what she say. I think hers was like 13 or 1,700. Mine was not anything like that. Luckily, mine was on the lower end of 500 a month. But you know, add that up for a week, and for 4, 5, 6 months, and you can see how much money's basically gone. It's crazy that you can get to a point in life where you can like take talking about for her being a celebrity. It's amazing that you can be amongst peers and you can be in this industry and to see countless times of celebrities who are down on their luck. And for whatever reason, other celebrities aren't like, hey, let's sit up there and like, let's say like several celebrities got like $50 million, right? Let's say she got 10 celebrities that are like multimillionaires. I'm talking about like they got like $50 million, right? Several of the celebrities could literally, if she got 10 of those friends, 10 of those friends could each give her $1 million and now she's rich again. Like that's literally how simple stuff actually is. But for whatever reason, you never happen to see these celebrities come out the blue and decide to help out other celebrities that they see are struggling. That's a part of the same entertainment or music industry. They just allow these people to rot in the streets. They allow them to live out of their cars. They could have been great friends. They could have been great associates, or they could have, made several records, but they do this. And then in other instances, you also have family who will know that somebody is living either in a hotel or a car, and they won't do anything. They won't sit up there and help. They won't, even call. They won't sit up there and even check on you or anything like that. And like I said, this is more so me talking from, my own experience. And it's crazy. It's 100% crazy to see people go through this and know that you have family out there that could actually make a difference, that could actually make an impact, and they opt not to do it. And a lot of people always wonder why it is that a lot of families are fractured and all this. This is situations like this that are why. And then you'll have people who are Christians. They'll be like, well, that's bad, but you need to sit up there and forgive because that's your no. This woman living in her car is literally 1 foot away from being out in the streets. Literally 1 foot. And and that's why I keep trying to tell people it's easy for people to try to, bring up the whole faith aspect or the God aspect without actually being in that situation. It's a lot different being in that situation, talking to those people, having those conversations, or maybe not even ever having the conversations with your family at all, but you know that they know what's going down. Like I said, I would never, in a sense, try to tell somebody to, forgive their family and whatnot. I wouldn't, because I don't. And I'm going to be, honest and transparent. That's why I told people before I could never, I would never envision or say that, I'm a leader, because I don't necessarily have the qualities or the qualifications to, in a sense, be that. I am perfectly imperfect. I remember the things that people do. I'm not going to sit up there and forget. I am going to sit up there and hold that against people. Like I said, it is what it is. And especially if you happen to hurt somebody that I love, somebody that I cherish, somebody that I worship, it's like, whatever. It's all right. You happen to do that to me. It's whatever. I'm not going to forgive you, but I'm not going to, be on a run trying to hide in some bushes and try to find you. It's whatever. But when you do that to somebody I love and care about, that's a whole different story. Right. And because the crazy thing is, when I look at her, it reminds me of the situation that my mom is going through right now, and how it is that the men of the family, both of my uncles who I've talked about on this platform before, knew what was going on, and they got their own homes and everything. They got money, jobs are doing great and whatnot, and they opted to allow their sister to be homeless. They allowed the house to be sold. They stood idly by and did nothing. And I'm like, ain't that about something? That's a real piece of work. I'm like, that is a real piece of work. And this is why I sat up there and, I honestly said before, I'm like, yo, I called their kids and let them know that I don't care if they die. I don't care if it's a funeral. I don't care if anybody ends up in a coma. I don't care what horribly happens to them. Don't ask me for no prayers. Don't ask me for no wishes. Don't ask me for no donations. I'm not throwing no dirt on no casket, no flowers. I'm not sending no condolences. I'm not carrying no casket. I'm not doing none of that. And like I said, that's just me being transparent. That's just me being honest, being human. Like I said, it's a very, very tough thing to see people go through this. But the main thing that I like to, try to tell people is that how can I actually say that without it sounding completely like crazy? It's going to sound crazy when I say it, but the main thing I try to tell people is to don't in a sense do the same things that I do. that's sort of like what parents always tell their kids, like, don't do what I do what I say, right? Type of deal. And that's sort of like the same thing I'm saying, right now. Um, but that's because, energy wise, I'm looking at this vastly different. Like I'm measuring, time and everything vastly different. Um, and the way that I, in a sense, look at it is that I am the vessel or the embodiment of the emotions that my mom cannot, express, right? She can't, she's older, she can't afford to, really put stress out and put all of that anger and that energy out like she was like some years ago, right? So because I'm her son, I'm the one that has to sit up there and do it. I'm the one that's going to, sit up there and and do that, right? Because she gave birth to me, right? That is, if anything else that I'm able to sit up there and do, that's one thing that I will make sure to sit up there and do. And like I said, people gonna know and understand 100%, and I will have no qualms directly with it. And I'll say it directly with a smile on my face. Because like I said, being able to, watch and see things like this happen firsthand, it is it's crazy. It is very much insane. It is very insane. And then, it's crazy to actually look at your I'm pretty sure, no, I'm still on topic, right? But it's pretty crazy to look at those same family members online and to see one of them that ended up in the hospital probably like last year online, asking for like prayers or well wishes. And I'm like, bro, and you're part of the church? That's the devil's work right there. I'm like, yo, that's some crazy work. I'm like, and this also is a little bit more insight on why it is that I have a unique problem with religion in the black community or very religious black people, because some of the most critical, some of the most judgmental people that I've ever met are the ones that say that they are really so for Jesus, for God, for the Bible, and all this other type of stuff. But yet those are the ones that have done the utmost wrong to everybody. But yet I'm supposed to follow their words and live by whatever it is that they're trying to teach or say. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. And I'm like, and for the life of me, I try to figure out, I'm like, how does God even keep those type of people here? How is it possible that a quote unquote creator could bless people like that when they don't themselves follow the word that they're supposed to do? Like, you're a part of the church and you be reading off, people be following all this other type of stuff. And I'm like, bro, you are not the person that you present yourself to be. Because like, I know you in real life. But I'm like, the presentation that you put directly up here to your church and whatnot and to these people online is crazy work. I'm like, brother. I'm like, this is why I could never be a pastor, man. I would never have a church because I would be as forward and honest as possible. I'll be as transparent as possible. And again, that's not what a lot of people want to hear. They want to see somebody that's close to perfect. They want to have something to live up to. They don't want to see somebody that's imperfect trying to heal and work on themselves while trying to sit up there and teach others on how to navigate and try, not to, run into that same road. And I'm like, that's some crazy work. But like I said, it is what it is. People, want what it is that they want. And this is why we have failures of churches and we got failures of pastors and everything else in the community. Because it's a field of liars. Field of 100% liars, field of people that don't care, field of people that are selfish, field of people that are full of greed. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy work. And, that's one of the reasons that, I've told you guys before that I am very thankful for what it is that you guys have given me directly over time. Right? It doesn't matter if, people just happen to subscribe or if people, donated or even bought a shirt. Any which one of those things. That's why I'm highly, appreciative, because as I've told you guys in a multitude of, live streams, I've had more of you guys roll up to the scene to help me out than my own family. And I'm like, that's for me, that's incredible. I'm like, still to this day, I don't really know the words to even specifically even put, directly on that, on like appreciation or the type of like value or anything like that. Like I said, I'm not the smartest crayon in the box, but I don't really have anything to put towards that. Right. And it's like, it's something that it's a very awesome thing, but it's also hurtful at the same time. To know that complete strangers directly out here, in a sense, have more belief and faith and love in you than your own family. That's incredible. In a multitude of ways. So that's why, it hurts when I see somebody like her going through this situation, because I've been there. I know what that's like. I know what it feels like. It gets to a point where you're in a hotel and you have, once you had a place to call home, and now you're in a hotel, and now you got to worry about how every day is going to look, right? And again, that was me when I was still working, right? So I had a job, but even with that job, I still needed help trying to afford that hotel, right? And you get to a point, I'm not going to say of like depression, but you feel as a human being, you start to feel worthless. You start to feel as though, why are you here? You start to think to yourself, am I even really needed? Am I, taking up space and, and all that, other, type of good stuff, right? And it takes a while to get out of that feeling. It takes a while to get those recordings of those consistent, voices directly out, right? And not to sit up there and sound crazy, because people like, wait, you hear voices, Randy Orton? No, nothing like that. But when I say voices, I'm talking about the negative things that you allow to take hold in your mind, that you put on repeat, right? Because we'll decide to not even so much so the outside world telling us negative stuff, but we will hardwire a replay or a tape of nothing but negative words of what we feel about ourselves internally. And it will especially come up when you are at a time of serious doubt and or failure, right? So for me, living in a hotel, that was failure for me. Because I'm like, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. I got the job, all this other type of stuff, yada, yada, yada. Bam. Now you got to go to your job. You got a book bag, a travel bag, and you got a garbage bag of your clothes, and you're sitting up there crying in front of the people that you work with. But you got to start, work. It's like you got to clock in. It's 10 o'clock. You were supposed to already, clock in, but now you're breaking down in front of, in a sense, strangers for all intents and purposes because of what it is that you're going through. So it's like, a lot of things that people go through that this is why I say on this platform, like, yo, be very careful of the words that you just so happen to say, because you never know when your time may be next to go through something that that person went through, if not worse. And that's why I try to tell people that, you know, words do carry. Words do have direct weight, you know, in a sense to them. And, you know, the words that I have for my family, I understand that those have, you know, weight and everything like that. And I am fine to bear that weight, especially like I said before, when it deals with somebody that I love and I care about. And you know, and given the fact of the situation that I have set up there and going through, I will sit up there and hold that down. I don't care if quote unquote I got to burn in hell. I will be doing that, because I, at this moment in time, nowhere in any fiber of my being could I ever see myself forgiving any of the people that I've stated over the years since I've been here in existence on this planet, that I've said that I love them. I can never sit up there and forgive them or see them the same way because of what is happening with, you know, my mom. And, you know, it is tough. You know, you try to, I feel like I got off topic just technically a little bit. You know, you look at the situation and you look at the topic and then you're like, how did I get here? How, you know, how exactly specifically, um, you know, did I get here? I don't know. I don't know. But, you know, this is why I sit up there and say that, you know, I'm not going to say hope, but I look forward for the best things, because I'm trying to change the wording that I use. I look forward to the best things happening to, you know, people, you know, directly out here, because of how it is that, you know, a lot of you guys have blessed me in a variety of ways. Right. And this is why, you know, I still continue to do what it is, you know, every single day. You know, no matter what happens with the channel, still, you know, try to be here, put forth effort to do the things that, um, you know, are, you know, needed, or, you know, talk about, you know, different things and whatnot. And, you know, that's at least my way of trying to give a type of like value or appreciation, you know, back to a lot of y'all, you know, for everything that you guys have, you know, given to me. But yeah, I guess that's the greatest lesson that, you know, I've learned so far in a sense about the world, is that you will have a lot of people out here that will actually care more about you than your own family. And again, that's crazy to say. That's something that I've heard people talk about even when I was younger, but I just didn't understand it. Didn't understand it because I didn't see it. And it took for, you know, like during the time and then after the passing of my grandmother for me to, you know, actually see this. And that is a major eye opener. Um and you know, some things like that will have you see the world, you know, vastly different, you know. And that type of hurt, I think, will be the hardest thing to ever get past, no matter how many days, you know, go by, no matter how much time, you know, basically, you know, is in between that time and where you are now. It's a very difficult thing to overlook and to get past. So, you know, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how I really got here, but yeah. Welcome to Seji's therapy session. Because you know, for the life of me, sometimes I don't know how I get, you know, to these conversations, but you know, I guess that's what happens. You know, stuff out here. It is tough. But like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of you guys for, everything that y'all have done, directly over the years. Much love, respect, and appreciation, because y'all could have been anywhere else in the world. Anywhere else in the world, but you decided to be here with me. So we do got some more videos, because that is not it, because normally that's the thing that I state, and that's pretty much the end, but it's not. So we're going to go directly to the next one. And D Money was like, I did say we should start a trauma dump stream. I mean, that's highly possible. I mean, technically for me, like, I don't, in a sense, like, I think we did that before, sort of, but not really on purpose. It just ended up like that in a sense. But yeah, anything is possible. But let's go directly to the next video.
People in my comments telling me that Jasmine Crockett is fighting for my civil rights. Bitch, I am an American. How is her fighting for illegals fighting for my civil rights? How is her voting for transgenders to play in women's sports fighting for my civil rights? Are y'all delusional? How is a woman that hates the country that our ancestors built through slavery fighting for my civil rights? She's fighting hard to destroy this country that my ancestors built for free. And you mean to tell me she's fighting for my civil rights? I don't think so, baby. And Booker T. Washington was so right, and I hated to hear him say that when he said what he said about black people voting and black people being involved in politics. I have never saw fight so hard, a group fight so hard for the economic decline of the country that was built by my ancestors for free. And now I can get a piece of the pie? No. What my ancestors went through will not be in vain. Since y'all love identity politics so much. At this point, I'm convinced that if you still voting Democrat and you black, you are under a generational curse. It ain't working, boo-boo. It's time to switch it up. It is absolutely insanity for you to keep voting for the same exact thing and expecting different results. It ain't working, babe. Give it up. I literally used to go in there and just vote Democrat because I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Y'all don't do that. Don't be mean. Look that up. See what is going on. Find out policies. Get away from identity politics. It is destroying our community. Stop voting with your emotions. Vote logically. Democrats operate off of your emotions. They are playing with your emotions. Prime example, Andrew Gillum in Florida. I was riding hard for this nigga. He embarrassed me. He out here doing meth and sleeping with you. Get out your feelings so you can get in your bag, okay? It ain't working for our people. Move on. Try something different, nigga.
Well, I'll tell you this. The main thing that I've always stated is this. I don't ever try to guide people into the direction of voting for left or right. I try to, of course, tell black people like, yo, do your research, this, that, and the third. But also at the end of the day, that Democrat and Republican are a part of the exact same book. They're a part of the exact same bird. A part of the exact same coin. Left or right don't matter, right? Because all they both care about is money. They care about selfish gain. They care about greed. They care about power. Because neither side has realistically come out there and just really did their job and benefited the people 100%. They can't, because there's too many other interests directly out there that are paying them heavily to do the opposite. And that's what they do. So you can look at Big Pharma. You can look at things such as like Monsanto. You can look at the hospitals. You can look at the justice system. It doesn't matter what facet of the society that you look at, Democrat or Republican has never at any point in time 100% benefited and saved the people. They've not done it, and they won't. So I get what it is that she's sitting up here saying, right? Where black people are voting the exact same way, expecting for a change. I agree with her on that, but I'm not going to sit up there and automatically tell people to vote Republican. I'm not going to sit up and tell people to do that. I'm going to sit up there and tell people to do their research and to figure some stuff out. Because the other thing that I've set up and told people before is that everybody here can decide not to vote, and they're still going to have a president sit directly in that office by way of the electoral colleges, because the electoral college vote matters more than everybody else. And they've proven that fact in a multitude of other elections as well. Again, going back to when Biden first got into office, when people around the United States were all mad and all hyped, oh, Biden is not the president, electoral colleges, basically, I'm paraphrasing, they came out and it was like, yo, I need all of y'all to shut up. We, the electoral college, tells you that Biden is the president of the United States. That's it. And once they said that, everybody calmed down and went back to business as usual. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. I'm like, that's pretty much what parents normally do to their kids. It's like, I'm about to sit up there and watch TV. I'm about to do this. Parents come out the room like, yo, you turn off that TV, you go to bed. You're not watching no TV right now. And then the kids go right back into the room and they turn off the light and close the door. Because that's literally what I witnessed on social media. I was astonished. I'm like, wow, the power the electoral colleges have. But I'm like, nobody's talking about this. Nobody really wants to highlight that. I'm like, all right, no problem. But they still want everybody to think that their vote matters, though. Okay. Okay, no problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. I think I missed a lot of y'all comments when I was sitting up there talking because I was just straight tunnel vision. Straight tunnel vision. Love you too, Gail. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What was I saw? It was something I saw Sham said earlier. I forgot. Let me see. Who was it? Adrian said that's why I bet on sports as a career here in Vegas. 6-figure income. Doing it. It takes balls though and information. Hey, yo, shout out to you. Let me sit up there and tell you, shout out to you. There's a lot of people out here that are doing things in the, in the financial areas, and they are making buku bucks. Great money. Because I can sit up there. I'm not really a betting man like that, but let me tell you, anytime that I saw Clarissa Shields, I would have put everything directly on her, and I more than likely would have won. Because that girl, she comes directly out there and she does the job every single time. Because like the last fight too, I was looking, I'm like, I feel like it's going to be a good fight because the other girl had a height advantage and a little bit of a weight advantage. But I'm looking at Clarissa Shields, I'm like, she ain't scared. I'm like, there's barely been an instance, if any, that I can name where I looked at Clarissa Shields next to her opponent and she seemed either uneasy or unsure. She has normally always had confidence. So yeah, if I were to be a betting man when it dealt with like boxing and stuff, I would have put money, directly on her. I probably would have been right there, down there with you in Vegas. Let me see. I'm trying to go back through some of y'all comments here. RY said, not everyone that is your blood is your family. Yeah, that's true. Cam said, I'll never forgive how my family turned their backs on me the way that they did. At least my mom came back to say that she was sorry for abandoning me like that. She was the only one. That's tough. Said, I've been down that road too, Seji. I've been through this. I worked 2 jobs, almost killing myself, and got a studio for $325 back in 2000. Let me tell you, I would love to see the rent at $325. Oh my God. Yo, I would love to be able to go back at where I am right now. I would love to be able to go back to the 2000s and just to be able to experience rent at $325. That is insane. Like, the craziest thing is just to think about, like, let's say, like, for everybody that's making like more money than you've ever made right now, just think if you were able to go back and live in the 2000s with the exact same money that you're able to make right now. Like, dude, your life would be vastly different. Like the amount of money that you would be able to save, the things that you would be able to, oh my God, it would be incredible. That would be a life-changing, type of thing for a lot of people. It's crazy. It is some crazy work directly out there. Crazy work. It's dope to have some trolls directly in there while you're talking about some stuff. That's a beautiful moment there. And this is why I love it too, because you got a lot of quote unquote true Americans that want to, show their true faces. And I'm like, everything that I'm saying, you can pretty much apply to you, but you're not going to sit up there and do that. You're just going to act stupid. It's crazy work though. Crazy work. Kiza, what is up? What is up? You said it's dangerous for a woman to live in a car alone. Yeah. Very dangerous, 100%. 100%. Ash said that thank you for calling out the Black Christians for guilting Black children into forgiving their abuse. Yeah. Because that's crazy. Our wife said I have a friend that's experiencing homelessness and we found temporary housing. Unfortunately, having medical and physical conditions can lead one to being homeless. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But yeah, it's crazy out here, man. It is crazy. It is crazy. Gail said I learned about electoral colleges in high school. Yep. Let me see. What else we got directly? Yeah, I had to get rid of that dude real quick because we ain't doing that. You say you missed D said I missed the $5 buffets. Did I ever get a chance to go to any of those? I'm not sure if I went to any of those. To be honest with you, I think the first buffet I really, well, technically, I probably went to one when I was younger, but I just don't really remember. But on a more recent note, back when I was in high school, it was my boy Rob, and I think we were helping him move, and his mom had took us out to a I think it was like Old Country Buffet or something like that. I forgot. Yeah, I think it should have been like Old Country Buffet, and I was like, that was dope. I didn't even know, specifically what to get because I was just like, all right, well, because somebody else is paying, you try to, just go within means. So you're just going to get like a few things, put it on the plate, because in your mind, I'm like, yeah, I ain't about to sit up there and overload your pockets and nothing like that. Because I'm like, this is you paying for it. So, thank you. I'm just going to get like a few, like, chicken tenders, maybe some mashed potatoes and, call it a day. And then my boy Rob was like, man, why you sitting up to act like you don't eat? It's like you eat more than me and Big Mike. I'm like, bro. And I think his mom was like, yeah, sorry, you can, go get, some more food or, whatnot or whatever. And whatnot. Like I said, that was pretty funny. Like for me, just going back through, that memory and whatnot. What was it? RY said I would be dancing a jig if I can get back to rent at $325. Heck, can it go back to $800? I would like rent to be at $7. I feel like 7 is a great manageable number for a lot of ordinary working people at this moment in time. That'd be very great. Like I said, I can't speak for people in Cali. I can't speak for those directly out there in New York, some of which are paying $4 to $5 grand in order to stay in the shoebox. I don't know what to simply tell you. But for everybody else, I would love it if rent can go back, into the hundreds. That would be great. Like, you know what? I feel like what they should do is they should have a moment in time, like how McDonald's does it, where McDonald's like, all right, we got you. We're gonna have like this week or whatever, where we're gonna have like the 10-cent burgers or something. I feel like they should do that with the rent. So, all right, we're gonna have like this year where the rent is going to across America is going to go back, to 800. And at this specific date, all rent at this date at this time is going to be 800. I think a lot of people would be ecstatic. People would not even know what to specifically do it themselves at that, people would be I don't even know. I feel like a lot of people would just be partying at that moment in time if that were to happen. I feel like people would be really partying. Sham said, LOL 2000, my rent was $325, light bill was $25. Jesus. That was it? And the phone bill was $15, and the groceries was $150. What was my phone bill? I had a T-Mobile flip phone. It was a blue shell. Technically, what did I have to get? I think it was like a $30 card or something like that I got. I forgot what it was specific because it was so long ago, but I remember having to go down to CVS and I would have to get the card, scratch the number off, and do that. Or was I thinking about the collection of phones that I had too from that time. I had like a Net 10 phone. That was a phone that my boy Ron gave me because he had just upgraded his phone. So then I had another phone. The only thing I had to do, so technically I had two phones. The only thing I had to do was just buy the the Net 10 card from CVS, and then I had a whole nother number. Like I said, I had quite a few things that I missed so much. Sam said my current mortgage of my house is at $635 a month. That's it? That is crazy. You said you pay $400 in taxes. Oh, that's why. Ooh. I mean, technically that's not bad. And you say that you overpay so I can pay off all of my mortgages earlier. And how you're doing your bills right now, I 100% agree. I agree with, in a sense, overpaying or paying ahead. Because trust me, at certain points in time, I was like, yo, I'm going to sit up there and pay, rent a month or two ahead of time. And for anybody that's never done that before, I want you to try to save up some money throughout the year. You know how much your rent is, you know when it's going to change, which is more than likely next year, or for some people, you might have to. Well, depending on where you live, you might have to go, re-up and sign some papers again. And usually when you do that, they up the rent or whatever, an extra, 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever dollars. But during the year, I would tell people to save up some money over time so that you got enough where you can just pay your rent 2 months ahead of time, just so you can know what that feels like, where you can just have that nice, let's say like 60 days of not having to worry about your rent at all. And then the beautiful part is within those 2 months of you getting that money that you would normally have to put towards rent, you can now take that large lump sum, right, on top of what you already have, and you can start pushing a lot of your other bills further directly into the future. So that could be the phone bill, that could be the cable bill, or whatever it is. Right. And you could just give yourself a whole bunch of breathing room throughout the year. And if you actually continue that throughout the year, you'll get to a point where instead of your rent being, like a few months ahead of time, you can get that to half a year to a year. Like, I can't even at this moment in time, I want to be able to fathom, but I can't even fathom right now what it would be like to just have the rent paid for a whole year. Like, you got a whole year of like breathing room, right? Because the rent mortgage and everything, that's normally the largest bill for anybody out here, right? Normally the largest bill. So now all of that money is in a sense sitting there. So now it's like, all right, you got some room to, in a sense, play around, right? Of course, you can continue paying bills directly ahead of time, but you can also start sitting back and looking at reading some financial literacy books, or watching some YouTube videos and learning about different types of accounts and different types of interest, and you can learn about life insurance and trust and all of these things, and now you can start putting money directly in those areas and allowing that to basically grow and sit there and not even look at it and continuously add. Like I said, it's a lot of things that can transpire and happen, but the reason why we don't happen to do it is because of the way that the system is set up. The system is not set up so that we can have breathing room, so that we can, try to figure out financial literacy or how to invest, or, where we should and shouldn't put our money. the system is built so that we just spend without looking, so that we just do without asking, right? And that's pretty much how they want it to be done. They don't want people to learn how to, save or to get ahead or to be less stressed, right? Like I said, it's crazy. It is crazy. Young said that makes sense. Ty says I have my rent and car note paid 3 months in advance right now. Woo, that's crazy. That's cold. That man cold. That's dope. That is very, very dope. Sham said I snagged my house off the market from 2 people who were trying to sell it but wasn't getting the buyers, so I got it off of them cheap. I pay insurance with the taxes too, so yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, that is good. I put it to you like this, Sham, as well too. Let's say if you wanted to be like a content creator, right? And let's say you got like a house that got like 5 or 6 rooms. You could decide to be a content creator and you can write off one of those rooms, because that room can be your office, as long, going from the IRS and what they stated, as long as that room is not an area of which people are eating and sleeping in, it is specifically for work, you are completely fine and dandy, right? So even to a further extent, let's say like you might not even use your living room, you can even do that. As long as you don't do anything else in there, you can sit up there and put that directly up there per what the IRS has stated when it deals with taxes, right? As long as you're not eating, sleeping, and it's not a bed and stuff directly in there and whatnot. And you can go to the furthest extent of measuring that out and all that other type of stuff, and you can get that taken. You can, in a sense, take that directly out of the mortgage. Basically, in a sense, get reimbursed, right? Because you do have a home, right? But then your office is directly at home, so you can, like I said, it's a variety of ways to get things to work and get things done within legal means, which is dope. And this is one of the other reasons I was telling people before that, learning certain things directly out there is awesome. This is how a lot of other groups happen to do the things that they do at this moment in time, and and excel and move forward and do all of those things. Like I said, I felt like a lot of women out here like should be and again, I away from the whole thing, because I know a lot of people be like, yo man, that's sexist. It's like nah, I'm just being smart directly about it. I felt that a lot of women should go into the whole arena of let's say like starting up a business, maybe like baking, sewing. I would say technically doing nails and hair, but looking at some of the stories that I've done, I'm a little bit 50-50, directly on it. I would rather women basically make something from home and ship it out. That way it's it's just them and the post office, that you got to deal with. Of course, you're gonna have like a PO box and stuff like that. But yeah, working, having a side hustle or something like that directly from home, because whatever the side hustle is, that could grow enough where it can substitute to or it can grow enough in order to pay for, let's say, the main bills. So for Sham, you were talking about the what was it, the insurance and the mortgage. You can have a side hustle that'll end up doing that. But then on top of that, because you're working from home, you can sit up there and get money back because your office is directly at home, and you could write off certain other things as well too, such as like the food and different things like that, the equipment. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff. It is a lot of stuff. Sham said, oh yeah, I took economic classes and business classes in college. It was my financial class that taught me. Yes, I got an office. I remodeled it last year. Yo, congratulations. That is dope. That is awesome. Smart move right there. Smart move. Smart move right there. Yun was like, what was it? Light bill right now. What was it? Sham said, yeah, I'm a year ahead on my light bill right now. Woo! I always put an extra for a reason. You never know if you may have a tragedy. Yeah, that's true. That is 100% true. What was it? Ty said, I got to prepare for this move, so I'm making sure everything is in order, refinancing my car note to add another month, focus on this rent, and I'll be good to go. All right, brother, I see you out here. You got to make sure to get you one of those new cameras to showcase the travels. D Money said wheel. Yup. Wait, did I say will or wheel? I probably instead of saying will, I probably did say will. Oh man, that is hilarious. Sham said, see, when I was younger, I hated how my money was drifting out of my pockets like water through a sift. It was then that I learned to not be wasteful and save. I had a lot of hard knocks to get there. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Yo, Hassan, what is up? What is up? You said, yo, Seji, you should do a business video exclusively on those office aspects. That is a very good note right there. That is a very, very good note. I would actually need a better example. Because it's like I know the information, but I can't, in a sense, for me, I can't directly apply it because of how everything is. But yes, that would actually be a very nifty video. I'm not sure how long that video would actually be, but I'm pretty sure if I compile enough information, I could at least give you probably about like a 7+ minute video, possibly. I think, because for me, I would actually want to use a real world example of something that I was doing, but again, being transparent, I can't exactly list where I work from as an office. That would be the wrong thing to do legally. I can't sit up and do that, right? Because just in case of let's say if the IRS is like, oh, you say that this is your office, we're gonna make a stop by to see, because we're giving you back all this money. We're gonna see if this is actually an office, right? And again, you ain't trying to get caught up with the the IRS and whatnot. So yeah. But yes, shout out to Hassan. That is a very, very great point. Thank you for that one. Thank you for that. I'm gonna have to figure out, how to put that one together. Sham said I had to cut off a lot of friendships that were just using me and draining my pockets. Yeah. That happens. That does happen. Now, the thing that I can state is that's something that I'm trying to specifically look. Yeah, that's not anything that I can say that I've gone through, but I've heard of people going through that by way of families and things like that, or maybe other friends that they know. And I'm like, man, that's crazy. Because it's like the way I sit up there and look at it, I'm like, you normally have a lot of great people directly out here, and then you'll have these others out there that will decide that they want to siphon directly from great people. It's not like bad people want to siphon from bad people, which is crazy to me. I'm like, you should siphon from somebody that's just like you, but they don't want to do that. They want to go to somebody that's actually a generous, great person, caring person. And I'm like, you're going to do that, and you're going to actually mess up that person. Because maybe they were generous, maybe they were giving, maybe they were caring, but you're going to siphon so much directly out of them that they're going to turn into you. Right. And I'm like, that is jacked up. But that also goes back to something that I said before, where a lot of people that are miserable, or that they are a certain type of way, that negative wise, dealing with energy, they want everybody else to be reflective of them, which is crazy. 100% crazy. Hassan said, LOL, I feel you. Yeah. Wait, Hassan, you got what you got? Are you a content creator, or do you work from home, entrepreneur? What do you do? Goku said, true that. Yeah. Yep. That is bars, straight bars. I'm shocked somebody don't got the tag on YouTube as the Black Goku. That's classic. If anybody was around during that time, you know exactly what that is. Now, like I said, I think I remember who the artist was. I think they did actually make. I think the brother did have a MySpace at one point. This is way back. And then I think he actually had a website as well too. But yeah, that was, if you want to talk about like a hood legend, or something like that, like, yeah, the Black Goku and the person that created that, hood legend. They had like the whole sprites and and everything directly with it, which was dope. What was it? Hassan said, nah, I'm just an architectural designer who works from home and a room dedicated as an office at my house. Ah, okay, I got. Oh, you do architect? Yeah, I know you got something like as large as a living room because you might have like large like models and everything directly in there. Yeah, I'll tell you. Well, you probably already up on it because you're an architect. Um, but I put it to a lot of people like this. Um, some people that may want to be, entrepreneurs, do some different things. Check out 3D printing. Look into, again, like I said, I'll list these things directly out there, and I know it's not for everybody, and I know everybody's not going to do it. But if people, are talking about, wanting to work from home and do a lot of different things, side hustle and stuff like that, look into 3D printing. There are a lot of different machines of which I got bookmarked that are very affordable. Some very great, nice machines that are very big. $699. $699, because I can sit up there and tell if this was like some years and years and years ago, something like that would have been like 1,200 plus. So, you have a lot of these different areas here of which technology has been rolling full steam ahead. And because of that, and because more companies have latched on and started creating, it's brought down the price of said technology where now it is affordable for the everyday homeowner or renter to be able to actually buy these things. What was it? Namor X. Yo, what is up? What is up, brother? You said peace fam, great upload recently. Oh, you said especially the ones about the black holes. Okay, I got you, brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation for checking out that video. Much love, much love. Sham said, then you can take a home office deduction on your taxes. Yep. And then on top of that, the other equipment that is there. So that could be a phone, that could be the phone line, that could be the bill for the phone. Maybe if you got cable directly into that room, that'll count too. If you got a TV directly in there, coffee machine, whatever you buy directly for the office counts. And also, if you use your car for business as well too, that counts too. If you're meeting people for business reasons, like you're going out and you're meeting a client at Subway, bam, that's a business meeting, right? Phone call, that's a business conversation, right? Like I said, it keeps adding up. All you got to do is make sure to keep the receipts and everything like that. You are golden, right? Was it MRX said more evidence of why reparations are owed? Yeah, that's bars. Sham said 3D printing is good for architectural work, especially if you build your own models. Yeah, I technically I wanted to get it to do some Gundams, action figures, stuff like that, Power Rangers. Hassan said, yes, sir, but I honestly don't know much about tax breaks, etc. And yes, 3D printing is a side hustle for the future, no doubt. Yo, man, as an architect, not to be in your pockets, but I know y'all sit up there be, doing very well, very well. But yeah, look, I'm telling you, I kid you not. Like I put it to you like this, and I'll go back to something that I listed before. How the algorithm, in a sense, works is how you, in a sense, push things forward. So this is almost in the same sense of what I tell people, that if you tell yourself positive things, or you put positive things out there about yourself in the universe, that exact same wording and energy is going to come back down to you, right? So Google and all of these other things work the exact same way. So if you happen to just randomly at any moment in time be like, all right, let me just start looking up 3D printing, let me go to 3 to 5 different websites, right? Out of nowhere, now Google is like, okay, this person is looking up 3D printing. We're going to start pushing all of these ads. We're going to start pushing all of these websites. We're going to start pushing all of these commercials dealing with 3D printers and the different types of 3D printers and yada yada yada. Because the one channel that I got that I watch YouTube on, the moment in time that and again, it is programmed specifically for gaming. The moment in time I started looking up videos on YouTube about 3D printers, kid you not, it completely changed the algorithm. I got advertisers directly up there. I got shorts up there now. I got long form content about 3D printers and everything. Like I said, it's dope to watch and actually learn about it and see and all of these things and whatnot. But that just goes into the thing that I was telling people before. If you actually want to know about some new stuff, look it up, and the universe will just start dropping, aka the AI or the computers. They'll start just dropping and giving you all the videos that you need. But yeah, I would, for anybody looking for a side hustle or wanting to do 3D printing and start up like an Etsy and stuff like that. Now is the time. Like I said, the technological age that we are in at this moment in time is something that we have never, I don't think any generation has been able to witness anything like this at all in history. Like, we are literally at the moment in time where if somebody wants to start a side hustle or a business and start making money, you can do it. You just gotta, figure it out. You gotta map a few things out and whatnot, figure out the cost and whatnot, overhead, and how much in the red that you're going to be before you start going green. And like I said, you're good. But you'll never know up until you get out there and try. Namarek said the codes are still used by the government itself against FBA's bars. Sam said you can get up to $1,500 off for the deductible on taxes. It's a great help. Also, keep receipts and account expenses. Those are itemized deductibles. Yep. Sam said lunches too if it's with a client. Yep. Sham, you also said that I always recommend financially making sure to consult an accountant at some point, save money for it, and find a good fit for you. It can save you. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah. Like there was one point in time. Well, Officer Haku's not here. But there was a guy at one moment in time that I used directly for taxes. And again, the dude is certified, legal, and everything. I kid you not, right? I sat up there. I've done like H&R Block or a place that was local, of the city, and I'm like, all right, this is I expect to just sit up there and get this. It's all right, whatever. Like like the normal stuff that people see, like all right, you're going to get like 300, 4 or 5 or whatever, right? Just normal stuff. Sat up there and went directly to this guy. Went over all the stuff that I, in a sense, have all the receipts that I got. When I sat up there and tell you at a moment in time that I almost wanted to cry at what I was getting, I'm like, brother, are you sure? I'm like, is this legal? So like, I'm like, you gotta be kidding. I'm like, I ain't never seen nothing like this, ever before. I'm like this has to be illegal. And I'm like, he was laughing. And he was like, no, it's not illegal. We're going directly by the numbers. Everything that, you sent directly to me and everything like that. This is, what we're able to do. And I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm like, where were you at? During the whole duration that I was working. I'm like, brother, I could have used you years ago. I'm like, man. So yeah, that's basically going into what Shan was talking about, where you find somebody that is a good fit directly for you and everything like that. So yeah because H&R Block, I would never see anything like that. And then on top of that, I think H&R Block, they take about 3 something initially, so they'll either take that from the taxes or they'll take that from the return. And I'm like, ooh, that is crazy. But this is where I would sit up there and say, people who know math and you are good with the numbers, become an accountant, because you can start doing taxes and you can do those, get the certification and everything that you need to do to be legally able to do taxes, and you can be raking in money. I mean, of course, during that week or those months, that month or so, is going to be heavily busy. But the payoff, if you sitting up there able to charge, people anywhere from $250 to $300 and something per customer, good Lord. Woo, good Lord. That is insane. Insane. Hassan said it's okay income wise, but the Bitcoin is in commercial architecture as opposed to residential architecture. I do a bit of both. Okay. I got you. So you got hands in both fields instead of having them on one side. I got you. That's a good play. Good play. Sham said, yeah, in college, can I just be honest? Our teacher said financial advisors aren't a good route. An accountant can be far cheaper and less into the personal aspect of the business. Financial advisors are very quick to steal intellectual property clients or anything that they can market themselves. That's tough. Yeah, got to go for that accountant. But then it's like you got to watch the accountant as well too. Shem said, whereas an accountant is strictly just taxes and your money and nothing more. Just never give an accountant control over your money. Yeah. I was just about to sit up there and say that because what was that girl named? Selena? Yeah. Because they set up there, that woman set up there and got her and then got her up out of here. And that woman that was stealing money from her went to prison. And I'm like, how was she? Let me just watch my words. It's crazy. That's the best way I can sit there and put it without having too much issue. But yeah, it's crazy. She was in prison like that for that many years. That's some crazy work out there though. Diabolical work, knowing that somebody that you had by your side that long, you took care of them, housed them and everything, and treated them like family, and they did that to you. Woo, that's diabolical. Sam said, yes, never give an accountant control over your accounts, and you're good. Yep. Got you. I got you. Like I said, one of these days I'll figure something out. I'm gonna figure something out. I'm gonna be like you guys when I grow up. Let me tell you. That's why I always sit up there and tell that to a lot of my friends. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna, be like you guys when I grow up. Did I have another video directly up here? Let me wait. Did we already do that one? Let me see. Hold on. Did we do that?
Oh, really?
Yeah, we already watched that one. All right. So we got that one. I think, actually, I forgot. I do actually have a few. Who was that? Which one of my cats was that? It must be having like a bad dream or something. I don't know what's going on. What was yeah, okay, so we got like two. Yeah, we got like 3 videos left. So this one is from a woman that I think everybody has seen directly online. She is I want to say Asian American, and she pretty much is forthcoming directly with the truth and everything like that. So let's look at what she got.
This is really important. Asian Americans were redlined from opening businesses in white neighborhoods because white people didn't want Asian Americans operating in their neighborhoods and didn't want Asian Americans profiting off of white people. But because the positionality of Asian Americans is weaponized to oppress black people, Asian Americans were being given loans to open businesses in black communities, even though black people were not able to receive loans to open businesses in their own communities. And as I've said before, as a result of this, black wealth is essentially paid out twice when it goes to Asian American businesses. Once when the individual pays for the goods or services, and then again when the Asian American business owner removes the profit from the community. Because usually people open businesses in their own communities, and this is mutually beneficial, where the business owner is making a livelihood off of providing goods and services to their community. And by being a member of the community, they're contributing and they're investing back into the community. This is an ideal situation, and that is not what happens with Asian American businesses operating in black communities.
So we heard that, right? The main people that wanted to be close to white people, shoulder to shoulder, side by side, were the exact same ones that were not allowed to open the businesses in white communities. So since they weren't, the only thing they could do is turn around and open businesses in black communities. So this is why you see a whole bunch of their nail salons and their beauty supply stores directly in our communities, and so many of their Asian foods restaurants directly in our communities as well, because white people are like, yeah, you're not about to do that here. You're not putting your businesses here. You're not about to even live next to or amongst us, right? So this is why still to this day, even with history and everything like that changing, this is why you see primarily Asians opening up their businesses first within our communities to basically get money directly from us, because they know that 9 times out of 10, white people are not going to support them like that. And black people, we're like, all right, y'all pretty much, are looked at a certain type of way, and y'all different and all this other type of stuff. No problem. We'll sit up there and support y'all. Buy our food and buy our products, all this other type of stuff. And by us doing that, we inevitably get mistreated, right? No matter how much we patronize, no matter how many, hundreds of millions or billions of dollars we give directly to their nail salons or their beauty supply stores and Chinese shops, we still get mistreated. Called directly out of our name, get the police called directly on us. We get physically accosted, everything. It's crazy work. Because if you think about it, at this moment in time right now in 2025, how many black people open up businesses in Asian neighborhoods? I can't give you none. How many of those Asians would actually support that black business like that too? More than likely none. You don't see black people able to open up businesses successfully in other people's communities. You don't see black Americans opening up businesses in Asian communities, Arab communities, Jewish communities. You don't see that happening. Even in white communities, you don't see that happening really. Now, I will say, let me ride back just a little bit. In the white community, it's a little bit different depending on the type of business that it is. If it may be like, let's say like it's urban, streetwear, fashion, stuff like that. All right, yeah, they might sit up there and patronize you. If it's a food restaurant, it's a 50-50. But anything else, you're not going to have black women going to the suburbs, opening up a nail salon there, and you got the white girls there just coming in droves to, nah. You're going to have to sit up there and start some up in the hood first, and then make a name for yourself, and then start trying to, open up a business somewhere else. But you're going to make sure to have that base directly where it is that you live. Right. But like I said, that is how it is. That is how it is. What was it? Sham was like, we almost the same. No, but that's what I'm sitting up and saying. Like, I always sit up there and say that. It's like, no matter like how close I am in age with somebody, I'm like, yo, I want to be like you when I grow up. You could be like minutes older than me, right? That's more minutes that you spent directly on this earth. You could be days, you could be weeks, right? Could be months, older than me. You got a lot more, time with like information and knowledge and whatnot. I'm playing. For me, I always look at it as trying to play, catch up and trying to learn and understand and meet up with people, trying to run the pace with everybody else. That's all I mean by it. That's it. What was it? Hassan said, if only the majority of the Asian woman's people would think like her. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Like I said, she doing God's work out here. Sham said, I'm going to add that those businesses also pushed out already existing black businesses because the Asian businesses are tax free, so they didn't even invest back into the community. Ooh, that's crazy. Man, that's crazy. Rabbit said, but when you tell Asians or Arabs that, you say Arabs, that's in order for you to say it like that, I want to say I feel like you're from like Detroit. You got to be. I swear, like that's primarily like a Detroit, type of thing. Because it's not down south. I don't know of any place down south where they got like an Arab population. The highest density Arab population is in Dearborn, Michigan. I can't point to another place in the United States. Realistically, even New York, we got more in Michigan. I feel like density wise than New York. Let me see. D Money said change seafood. Yeah. Sam said when I did activism, I found out immigrants and immigration churches tell the Asians not to have contracts with black people or they will get deported. They're extremely racist against us. Ooh, that's crazy. Sam said, remember how the Asians fought hard to get rid of affirmative action and those college entries, LOL. Now those same colleges are disallowing and barring them from enrollment. Yep, 100%. And now they got to suffer because of it, and they don't got nobody to try to team up with, because the Asian community can't sit up and tell black people like, we need to work. Nah, y'all know what y'all did. That's at least where I would give the Asians credit directly on that. When they mess up and they know they messed up, they're not about to be out here like everybody else trying to tell black people that, we need to work together and band together to fix this. Nah. They just got to do it on their own. So you see them going to court and suing and doing all of these things, going to social media and doing the rounds on the news. So I'll at least give the Asians credit on that. If they mess up, they'll stand 10 toes directly on them and mess up, and they'll fix it. They not like everybody else. Sham said it's impossible. San said they ain't seen a thing yet. Them Arabs and Latinos are about to feel the super white stain. Yeah, it's true. DSA one said, yo, what is up? What is up? What is going on? San said, no matter your age, Seiji, knowledge, attainment is a lifelong event. Yeah. And for me, I would rather not stay stagnant directly on information. So this is why I'm happy that my mind is a little bit chaotic, where it's almost like a tree where you got like many branches, many leaves, and different things like that, where I'm continuously like looking here, which means that I'm always going to be looking at something, trying to learn information or to get smarter about something, versus just trying to stay in one area, because I would rather not get stagnant. I'd rather not because I'm not trying to be at a moment of time where I just feel like I know, everything that there is to know, or, like a lot of people with the great old saying, nothing new under the sun. In a sense, I love the saying, but I feel that it hinders people wanting to actually try to venture out and do something new. Right? Because if you tell people that there's nothing new under the sun, then essentially a lot of people are like, well, all right, since everything has already been created, everything that's done right now has already been done, I'm just not going to try to do nothing. I'm not going to try to move around. I'm not going to try to invent. I'm not going to try to create. I'm not, right? So, that is, I have a love and dislike relationship, with that terminology. Especially if it's used, towards kids. Like, it's a little bit different if you try to, tell that to somebody that's a little bit older. It's all right, whatever. But when you say that towards kids, it's like it's saying a lot more than what is being presented, which can be, again, harmful. But yeah, what was it? What we got? D Money said I don't know what I was about to say. There was a whole different language. Louisiana has a small Arab population. But see, when I think about Louisiana, I don't think about Arabs, though. I think about black folks. I'm just going to be real. When I think about, Louisiana, I think about, black folks. Or let me go to the classic. Was that New Orleans or Louisiana? Love that chicken for Popeyes. It's like either that. It's either, either one, I probably just jacked up there dealing with let me see something. I think I just really messed up. Hold on. Yeah, that's the same place. I don't know why mentally I thought that it was completely separate, which is stupid. I was like, wait a minute. Louisiana, New Orleans. Let me just picture it as like two separate places. This is what happens when your mind is all over the place. Let me tell you. You can get some things right, and then somehow you will just crash and burn in one direction. So yeah, that shout out to the live stream, because that just happened. But yeah, crazy thing that I just learned, though, that a ticket to get to New Orleans is $121. What is going on, brother? What is that? What is going on? Like, hold on. Let me see how much they got for tickets for Detroit. Let me see something. Let's see what they got for Detroit. Let's see if they got the tickets up there. What y'all got? Famous. Wait, why is Detroit called the Ghost City? What? Hold on. I ain't never heard this before. So Detroit's decay began in the 1940s with the loss of jobs in the auto industry, rapid suburbanization, and other factors. Efforts to revitalize the city have been ongoing, including demolition of abandoned homes and the creation of new housing and neighborhoods. I've never heard of Detroit being called a ghost city. I swear this only happens when you have black people there. I'm like that is out of all of my existence, I've never heard of Detroit be referred to as a ghost city. Like, what are we doing? Like, in order for it to be a ghost city, like nobody's there. Like, if you go over there in China, shout out to China. If you go over there in China, they literally have a ghost city. Whereas, like, they built a brand new city and nobody lives there. There is not a soul there. That is a ghost city. If you go to Chernobyl, they got ghost cities over there because ain't nobody there but the wildlife and bugs and dirt and the residuals of whatever radiation from that fallout. That's it. Or maybe like, a three-headed wolf or something. But yeah, I ain't never heard of Detroit being called a ghost city. That's crazy. White people had to come up with that name. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. But yeah, they don't got for whatever reason, they don't have the tickets up there. They got how long it would take to travel, and they got that. But when it dealt with Louisiana, they were like, oh yeah, you want that Popeyes chicken? No problem. $121. $121. What was it? Sham said, yeah, the Asian thought that they would take over a 2% black take over that 2% black people were getting, and nope, they got pushed out. That is what they get for being greedy and backstabbing. That's facts. Said creativity is infinite, and it is because the human mind is unique. So even if it's already done, doesn't mean it can't be improved or customized. Both can also make money. Light bulb is a good example. Yeah. If I remember correctly, it should be Louis Latimer. If I remember correctly, let me just type in his name real quick because I make sure I don't mispronounce it. Louis. Yep. Louis Howard Latimer. Yep. Yes, indeed. The black man right there with the spectacles. With the spectacles on. We got D Money said, well, black people are deep down here, but when it comes to the people that own the businesses in black areas, it's mostly Arab and Asian. Yeah, that's true. That's bars, 100%. Sham says you don't eat chicken in Wisconsin. Fried chicken here is trash. I know Wisconsin for being like cheeseheads or whatever. Like, that's pretty much because of the terminology and the names for certain states or how people carry it. That's pretty much what I think. So it's like, all right, Wisconsin, all right, cheesehead nation. They should be good with cheese and stuff. Now the crazy part is, I think was it Wisconsin or something else? Somewhere in one of these states, one of the delicacies is raw beef. And I'm like, I know I eat sushi. That's it's cool, whatever. That's something that's been happening for centuries, right? The Japanese and so on and so on. Cool, no problem. Seeing people put raw beef on bread with raw onions with some sauces, and that is a meal. That is diabolical. I don't know what to sit up there and tell people. That is crazy work right there. I don't know what to tell anybody on that one. People thought I was weird for eating sushi. I think people are savages for eating like that. Let me tell you something right there. I cannot do that. No. Because you never know. You might be eating some Soylent Green. You if you don't know what Soylent Green is, look that up. But yeah, you don't know what that is. It's crazy work. You're gonna have to cook that up for me. Number X said, I want to visit a southern black city this year, maybe Houston. Houston. I wish Officer Haku was here because he can probably tell you, because he's out there and in Texas. It's a few people here that's actually from Texas, and they can probably direct you, to some places, to some, different black areas or whatnot. I heard some things about Houston, but hey, Me hearing stuff is different from experiencing. So, hey, you said you tired of the Northeast for real? Yeah. The thing I've heard about Texas is that it's getting a little bit crowded because you got people from New York and you got people from Cali moving to Texas because I think it was like affordable or whatnot or whatever, and probably because everybody moving there, it ain't really so affordable like that no more. I mean, it probably is still affordable, but versus what it was like 10 years ago, a little bit different. Sham said, yeah, they started saying that around 2015 after I think the car factory left. Meanwhile, a ton of black families are still here. Yeah, that's crazy. That is some crazy work. Let me tell you. Hassan said the Chinese do the ghost city scaping for military distraction for the enemies to target. Oh, that's pretty genius. Sam said Wisconsin, they be eating raw. Okay, so it was Wisconsin. They be eating raw beef with onions and crackers. They have family members who eat that BS. Oh, you say you got family members that eat the BS, and I always want to vomit. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't do that. Nah. I can't do that. Nah. I'm not. Nah. That's crazy. I can't. And the funny thing is, I saw a woman in the UK, and it was a white woman in the UK. I think she went to the market, and she had like a package of beef, and she was just eating that outside. I'm like, brother. I'm like, is this a zombie apocalypse? I'm like, what is that? Do you think that's brains? I'm like, what are we doing right now? I'm like, you're eating that directly out the pack. I'm like, the pamper is still underneath. The meat pamper is still underneath the beef. I'm like, man, yo, your breath got to be horrendous. I'm like, you're gonna, I don't know what type of Listerine you're gonna need. Like the alcohol content of whatever scope that you're using better be 120 to get rid of whatever is in there. Cause good lord, that's crazy. That is crazy. Number X said raw beef. That is a Nanderpean ish. Yeah. Pink said eating beans and toast is. Oh man. That's crazy. Pink said putting raisins and potato salad is savage. Yeah, that's I can't disagree. I can't disagree. Sam said the beans ain't even canned beans. On toast is plain white watered down tomato beans with no seasoning. I don't even know what tomato beans are. And I'm a person that eats beans. I eat, lima or kidney beans. When I tell you I have my simple, meal, I have or sometimes maybe it might be like blackout or red beans. But I got beans, rice, and I had cornbread, right? Just classic. And maybe in certain instances I might have some, smoked turkey bone directly in there to, give it a little bit of flavor, add a little bit of meat directly in there and whatnot. But yeah. That's crazy. D Money said, well, they did used to eat black people, so eating raw beef doesn't surprise. I mean, that's a great point. That is a great point. Very, very great point. Rabbit said there's a soy milk called Soylent. After seeing that Soylent Green movie, I don't trust it. Yeah. That's another reason why I tried to bring a lot of information here where they were using tech to make different types of meats directly out here so that people understand and know that they will tell you what it is that they're doing, but they won't specifically tell you when it is or how it is that they're putting it directly on the market. Because it wasn't within the last 10 years, they sat up there and actually told people that a lot of the fish on the market that we're eating is cloned, right? And I'm like, that's problematic. I'm like, you shouldn't have been putting that directly on the market. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're experimenting directly on people. If they wanted to put clone meat directly out here, then they should specifically tell people like, hey, we got this clone meat. And if you want to try it, we're going to have all of these labels. It's going to be in its own specific section, placed directly there. So if you want to buy it and try it, it's right there. And then, of course, you got the other normal meats. But that's not what they wanted to do. They wanted to put the clone fish directly with all the other fish that we normally buy and, just experiment to see how people react and how it reacts with the human body. Like I said, this is how the government does. And this is why I try to put a lot of this stuff out here dealing with tech and stuff so that people will be able to, in a sense, see it or know about stuff ahead of time and whatnot. What was it? Sam said It's the scariest ish to watch, but also gross. You be looking like it's beef in their teeth, blood dripping down. The onions make it stink worse. I'm like, yeah, that's why y'all get involved. And that's what I be thinking. I'm like, if you're eating in a sense that like raw like that, along with the onions, I'm like, how are you even having conversation? I'm like, how is that even like a date night? Like you got two people basically eating this, and then you already know people like to sit up there and kiss. I'm like, nah. In my mind, it just looks bad. It's a horror scene. It is a horror scene. Let me tell you. D Money said, mental note to self, stay back, stay my black self out of Wisconsin. Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Got another video directly up here. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, this one is actually dealing with Africa, right? So this is another Asian individual. Let's see what they got to say.
Where you have all the natural resources that we don't have. We envy you so much. Because Taiwan is an island around 5 to 6 times larger than Lagos State, but we have no natural resources at all. But we have all the natural disasters that you don't have. Earthquake, volcano, typhoon, tsunami. You have nothing here, we have all of them. But we have nothing but only the brain power. So that's why we have to explain how Taiwan developed ourselves into the best technology of the world that we're holding now, because it's based on the instinct of survival. We have nothing in our island but full of natural disasters. So the only thing we can do is to invest generation of education to build up our workforce continuously. And up to now, we can proudly say that our illiteracy in Taiwan is less than 2%. That means 98% of our people can read and write and can work. This is the only way.
That is crazy. Their illiteracy rate is only 2%. That is wow. I don't even think, matter of fact, let me go to ChatGPT real quick. This is why I love where you at, ChatGPT? Let me see you real quick. Let's just see. Let's see, what is literacy percent in America? See what we got. Oh, Jesus Christ. So they said as of 2023, approximately 28% of the United States adults scored at or below level 1 in literacy assignments, indicating challenges with basic reading comprehension and making low level inferences, right? This reflects a 9% increase from 2017, where 19% of adults were at this level. Additionally, a 2020 analysis estimates that 54% of the United States adults read below a 6th grade level, suggesting a significant portion of the population faces illiteracy challenges. I can't even get, it sounds like I have an accent, but I don't. Jesus Christ. What else do we have here? Let me see. Naturalized assessments, that does like the math skills and everything like that. But we're just worried about the reading. But yeah, that's crazy. So Taiwan got theirs to 2%, and then the United States, well, as of from 2023, that's at 28, right? And then that was a 9% increase from 2017, right? We had 19% of adults that were at that level. Then you got the 2020 analysis that estimates that 54% of United States adults read below a 6th grade. That is insane. Let me tell you something. Sweet mother of Christ. That is insane. They are all stars out there in Taiwan. I can't be mad at nothing. They got that. And this is why I keep trying to sit up there and say where it deals with the public school system in America. You got somebody that's literally, they are dealing with earthquakes, they got tsunamis, they got typhoons. They're getting destroyed left and right, and volcanoes. They got four things. They over there, it's looking like Atlantis. It's any which way they can get destroyed in five different, like, divided in five different ways. But when it deals with the United States, well, we don't got none of these things going on. Why is why are we looking like that in the education system? I'm just trying to figure it out. Just like that. That makes no sense. That literally makes no sense. They are fighting for their lives over there, but they made sure to get that reading directly up. Let me tell you, that's some diabolical work. Network X was like, lies, Asian lies don't matter. Oh man, that's crazy. Sam said, can you imagine someone bringing that to a cookout, a big bowl of raw beef and onions? If grandma not making burgers out of it, you getting beat with that foolishness? Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Rabbit said, as embarrassing as this video is, he's right. Sham said, no, they eat that stuff at the family gatherings and the big bowl. It's the weirdest thing. That's crazy. That is crazy. Rabbit said, last year when I was in Cameroon. Oh, that's dope. That's dope. I saw bags of rice shipped from Thailand, and I was thinking, since when did Cameroon and Thailand do business? Yeah, you got a lot of Asians going directly over there. Yo, the Jelmo, what is up? What is up? What's up? What is going on? You said Taiwan as one of the leading semiconductor industries globally. Yeah, Taiwan be putting in work. I remember at one point in time, a lot of things were made in Taiwan, and then when it started just saying made in China or Vietnam, stuff like that. Namarak said, when was the last coup in Taiwan? Not even sure. Not sure. Sham said, yes, but the students that fail, take other roads themselves at higher rates. Not to mention the homelessness, disabled, and the poor just happen to disappear in large numbers. I mean, it'd be like that. If you don't want any type of homelessness or poor, there's two ways to, make sure that doesn't happen. And one of them has nothing to do with shelter or trying to make them better, right? It was just like that one homeless dude where they were, interviewing, and he was like, yeah, they're sitting up there doing such and such and such to the homeless here. And then the reporter was like, okay, well, John, back to you. I'm like, yeah, he got y'all. Because if you sit up there and think about it now, you don't see homeless people out there like you used to. Well, at least in certain areas, you don't see the homeless out there, rolling around like they used to, and at one moment in time, like let's say like the 90s, early 2000s and stuff, you used to really be able to see the homeless out there. They were cruising, they were just moving and all that type of stuff. Now it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. What was that? Number X said that's the difference between countries like Taiwan and Africa. Sham said, I wouldn't want to live in a country that will take out its own people to improve their numbers. Some countries paint the ground green so it looks like it's healthy. I mean, that's true. I mean, that is very much true. But that's what tends to happen. Back in the day, how they wanted to make sure that you wouldn't have people that would end up with certain types of things, like let's say you have people that would grow tails, or people with web hands, or different types of deformities. They would take certain types of actions to make sure that people wouldn't be able to further push that into the population, right? I gotta try to rewrite stuff mentally in my mind before I say it. Shout out to YouTube, always having problems and stuff. Sham said the only thing I think should be the same is the United States should introduce all-day school 7 to 7. I think we should get rid of summer vacation because kids just be in trouble and behind the studies. I mean, you know what? I agree. I do agree. I do agree. The thing that would happen is that you would have to start this off at like a very young age. Very young age. In order to get that newer generation used to it. Because if you try to let's say you try to do that with the newer generation and now, yeah, they ain't trying to do that. You ain't trying to do that. But I will sit up there and say this though. Back when I was in school, I did summer school, right? And again, kids not paying attention, kids not really caring or whatnot or whatever, right? The funniest thing is I actually liked summer school. Like I liked actually being in school, which was it was a crazy thing. Like, so all the other kids was like, yeah, I'm taking vacations, I'm doing this, I'm like, all right, I'm in school. And it wasn't that bad. Like the funniest thing is it's not bad going to summer school because it's way less kids there. Right? It's pretty much it's chill. You're not worried about no fights or none of that, any of that, happening. It's just a few students. And you're just going from, class to class, being, with the other students and the teachers and, doing the work. And pretty much because it's fewer students and everybody's getting their work done and you don't really got class clowns and all that other type of stuff happening, you get your work done quicker and you're turning that in. And the teacher's like, all right, well, that was actually it. So y'all got like 30 or 45 minutes, left and, y'all can do whatever. So it's like I actually liked summer school. And then on top of that, what I found out was because I did summer school, so my mind was still working. I was still focused on school and work. It wasn't like on vacation in La La Land. As soon as school started back in August and we were in the classroom, I'm sitting up there like writing whatever report that we had. Bam, let me sit up there and write that up real quick. I'll turn it up into the teacher. I'm automatically sitting up there busting A's and B's real quick. Everybody else is like, man, I don't even know what they even saying, what this question is. It's like you got people acting like it's the Pythagorean theorem or something like that, like it's some type of weird like physics formula. I'm just like going through that real quick, and I'm like, that was the first time in my life where it was like because they would actually post, the grades that people would get on the sides of the board for the different classes of the periods. Yeah, I was up there with them gold stars, man. I was busting them down. Let me tell you. I was proud of myself. I was proud of I was leading the pack during that time. Let me tell you, I was proud. So yeah, I can safely say that if you have kids in school for a longer period of time, it will pay off. It will actually affect something in a positive way. I can safely say that. So yeah, summer school is not bad. It's not bad. What was it? Moon Sun said Taiwan is not a country. We get that. That's cool. Even if I said country or whatnot, I'm pretty sure that everybody else gets what it is that I was referring to. Just gonna put that out there. Anyways, Hassan said, so wait a minute. Taiwan literally takes the homeless and reprogram them for the underworld. I guess that Ice-T movie, Surviving the Game, isn't that far-fetched. Probably not. Sham said, yeah, that's how they're able to keep them reading, educating numbers high, because the poverty is what lowers those numbers. Taiwan has a massive poor population. That's crazy. Burkina for sure. That is a good man right there. That man is doing God's work over there. Him and a lot of the other generals over there moving some of the nations over there in Africa forward. They're doing God's work right now. Like the transformation that is going on directly over there is in like let me tell you something. If you don't know anything about what's going over there, when it deals with like Burkina Faso, I'm probably mispronouncing it, but if you were to type it in and look it up, the transformation that has been happening with, let's just say, even within like a year or two is incredible. I'm like, Lord have mercy. That is just, I've never seen anything like that. And I'm like, if they keep going on this rate of how fast that they're just progressing, oh dear Lord. Like I said before, a lot of European and Americans are going to have a problem. If you have, let me put it to you like this. If you at least get about 25, I put it like, what's a nice number? I put it to like 35. You got 35 to 40% of Africa moving like those main nations up there. Oh Lord. oh Lord, the world is going to have a problem. Like I said, you don't need all of Africa. You do not need all of Africa to be on the exact same bandwagon. You do not need that at all. If you can get about a good 30 to 40% on that exact same movement, on that exact same type of time, yo, they already got electric buses directly over there. I'm like, oh snap. I'm like, y'all really moving like that right now? And I'm like, I bet you getting on that bus is a lot cheaper than what it would cost getting on a D dot or what it would cost to get on a smart bus. Well, for those who don't know, the D dot is the normal Detroit bus, and then the smart bus is more so like the suburbs once you start getting beyond the borderlines of Detroit. Right. So you will see, those in Southfield, Oak Park, and things like that. What was it? Sham said, didn't we just say trying to be lying? Of course, we know Taiwan isn't a country. We not stupid. And it'd be like that. People want to just pull up to the scene and just, add something directly in there just to just to add something in there. It's like, actually, and it's like, that's crazy. I'm like, I actually have glasses and quote unquote a nerd, but it's like, I don't really be trying to do that in real life. But, on the internet, that's how people want to sit up there and move. What was it? Sham said, I'm happy, but Nigeria has always been extremely corrupt and they made a huge mistake getting in bed with the Chinese. I hope those generals push the Chinese out and the Europeans. Well, good luck on that one. I don't know. I don't know what the Nigerians are going to sit up there and do. Like I said, I done read some stats on Nigeria, especially when it deals with the fatherlessness directly over there. And how it is that a lot of women happen to get pregnant and they trying to put kids directly on a guy. Crazy work. But like I said before, people want to talk about black guys in the United States though. But hey, I guess we're the poster children for the world. It's crazy work though. Shout out to Jamaica and Nigeria, neck and neck. But it is what it is. Young Deity said, Black God. Yo, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation to you and your bloodline. Much love, much love, much love. See you out here. Sham said, if that general takes over key parts of oil, volcanic spots, and tropical areas, he can become a world power real fast. Oh, yeah. Because, the funniest thing that I've also stated before when it deals with certain types of energy, you got kinetic, you got thermal, you got hydro, you got wind, you got electric, and I think I'm missing like one other one. I forgot specifically what it's called, but you also have tech out there that can harness the movement of the earth as well. I forgot what it was called, but it is, in a sense out there. But that one, I guess you could say like that's in a sense lesser known. Because if everybody was able to, in a sense, do that and harness that, then free energy would be, all over the place. But like I said, there's a multitude of ways to acquire and take hold of a lot of energy directly out here. Is just the fact that, let's say, the United States doesn't want to do the things that would actually be beneficial to the people, because at least on the east and the west coast and even down south, they could, do some things with hydroelectricity, or they could do some things with deep sea energy, dealing with the fact of the currents, the underwater currents, and harnessing that for electricity for a power grid and stuff like that. Because the ocean is always going to move. The ocean is always going to sit up there and move. So how we don't have things on the coast to really harness those types of things is incredibly stupid. I've heard things about like the wind, so that's a little bit different. Radiation, that's a little bit of a problematic thing as well too. I would rather have less of that, because it's not, it is safe, but it's not at the same time, because stuff could still sit up there and happen. You also got the solar as well. We have some areas like some desert hot areas where the sun is always beaming and shining, somebody needs to throw up some solar directly down there. Like I said, we got a multitude of ways to also transform land as well too. You know, people using banana, orange pills, or different things like that as a base for the seeds, and underneath that, the plants are able to, you know, take root directly to the ground and try to solidify, you know, certain things, and therefore, by putting down more plants, you have to deal less with erosion and, you know, different things like that, because the plants will make sure to have a lot of the soil and stuff where it needs to be. So in certain areas, it's less, you know, mudslides or different things like that that transpire. Like I said, there's a lot of things. Because I feel like I'm about to get on like a science, you know, tangent talking about this stuff technically. What was it? Sham said there is a lot of mineral mines in Africa, not just gold, cobalt, iron, copper, gems, magnesium, platinum, zinc, and graphite. The world lives off of Africa, stolen resources. Africa should use it. And yeah, that's something that I've, minus all of the conversations that I normally have when it deals with Africans, that's something that I've talked about as well too. Africans being able to harness and use the stuff that they naturally have that are reoccurring. The world is basically stealing directly from them, right? They're taking all of their resources and doing whatever and making all of this buku bucks. Case in point, let's just go with the Italians, right? A lot of the leather that quote unquote the Italians like, this is genuine Italian leather. No, it's not. It's genuine like Nigerian or African leather, because that's where you're getting that directly from. Italy does not have that amount of, you know, beef just like roaming around getting slaughtered so that they can just get leather. That is not how Italy is sitting up there moving. Italy got like vineyards, they got like you know, all these mile longs of like, you know, different types of farms and, you know, stuff like that, right? They don't got all of those cows and stuff. That is specifically coming from Africa. Many Africans have talked about that as well. But like I said before, when you happen to buy a product in bulk, you can label it and name it whatever it is that you want to sit up there and name it. Even though it doesn't originally come from you, you're not the one creating it. Because you bought it, you can label it and say whatever it is that you want to state. You know, like I said, so shout out. So realistically, when it deals with the shoes, you know, Africa for the leather, because that's where that's directly coming from. You said that Africa is also the largest uranium resource, yet has the lowest nuclear power when it's capable of being the largest energy source. Yeah. It's sort of like the same thing with Haiti as well too. Because Haiti, I think Haiti and Africa have some elements there that you can't find anywhere else, or if you can't find them in other places, it's very low. Haiti has one of the elements that is used directly for the space shuttles on re-entry, right? They specifically are able to get that metal, you know, directly from there. So that black underlining part that you see under the space shuttle that you normally see coming directly in on entry where it doesn't burn up, yeah, that's Haiti. And it's like, to think about that and how, if you actually look up how much that's worth, it's like Haiti is rich, realistically, or, you know, other places in Africa, rich. But that's because they're not able to properly harness or take hold of the mines that are there. Everybody else is making money off of it. So like I said before, and I'm just going to be real, even if it comes at a detriment to the world in a sense, I want Africa to be able to take hold of their resources and to be able to make the money that they should be able to make, because for hundreds or thousands of years, everybody else has been making and stealing money directly from them. It is only right for them to be able to actually make money and to empower themselves, and then decide what they want the price to sit up there and be. That's how it really should go. Because if you got stuff on your land, you should be able to come up with a price, not somebody else just coming in, stealing the land, making a mine, magically finding something, and then, you know, letting that be that. It's crazy. JJ said Belgian chocolate comes from Africa as well. Yeah, that's true. That is facts. That is, like I said, it's a lot of things that come directly from Africa, but you have a lot of people, Europeans and everybody around the world, that will decide to talk negatively about Africa and the people. But yet, if you were to take Africa directly off of the face of this planet, oh yeah, a lot of markets are closing up. A lot of places are going to war real quick because now they got to figure out other resources. Now they got to figure out other means and and all these other types of things. Sham said, "Yes, I agree with you. They should become a world power and they should have uh the poverty they have when they shouldn't have the poverty that they have when they have so many resources." Yeah, that's true. But and that's the main thing that I like to tell people before too, especially like a lot of these Europeans out here. They always want to talk about Africa being like this third world country, but why is Africa in the extent that it is? Of course, they got corruption and everything like that, but also you got colonialism. You got the Europeans coming, directly over there making these, outlandish types of deals or contracts that are pretty much like lifetime contracts, like ridiculous types of stuff. And yeah, just straight thievery, all across the board. Like I said, a lot of places in Europe would not be where they are at this moment in time without Africa. Take Africa directly out of that area. Let's see how Europe is going to sit up there and do. It is going to be a cold world out there. It is going to be a real cold world directly out there. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Like I said, take Africa out of the picture, along with, let's say, like the artifacts that they got directly from different places in Africa over the many centuries and whatnot. Oh yeah, ain't nobody about to be really like flying up there to Europe to vacation. Like for what? Like what y'all got up there? What like you got a few things that I've seen on like let's say like a Windows screensaver or a background. All right, cool, no problem. But other than that, what you got? Because a lot of people talk about Paris and they're like, "Yo, Paris stinks." Like Paris is terrible. Like case in point, didn't they have the Olympics or something like that in Paris? And you had like the swimmers or whatever getting sick because of the water. Like it was bad. I'm like, dear Lord. I'm like, two places just never have the Olympics. Don't have it over there in Paris, and for sure, never in the existence of this planet. Never have it in India. Never do that. Because if you go swimming in any Indian water, it is curtains for you. Like generations are deceased. It is RIP. Like America's not winning no medals. That's gonna be the first time that you're gonna see some Indian medalists looking like Michael Phelps sitting up there going through that river. Just sitting up there swimming through the trash and everything like that. Dude coming through with like 12 gold medals. First and only time you ever see something like that. Crazy work. India got some of the bigger scammers too. What was it? Sham said not just markets closing, but a lot of people will be deceased. It's happening too. Yeah, of course. Of course. And like I said, it is what it is. Europeans brought that directly on themselves by way of them sitting up here stealing in the bogus contracts that they came up with. It's crazy work. So let's go to a little bit of a lighter video. I was been supposed to play these videos back to back, but talking, tangents, things like that. Let's go to this next video here.
Last year, I ordered a 10-piece wing from Wingstop on Uber Eats. And when the driver got to my apartment door, he had two big bags in his hand. And so I'm like, which one is mine? He like, both. I'm like, both? He like, yeah, both. And he lift the bags up and he like, see, they say Jasmine. I'm looking at the bags. I'm like, that don't say. For whatever reason, I'm trying to be a good Samaritan because I know that this is not my order. I know this is not my order. And so I tell him, I'm like, that don't say. And he like, oh. So at that point, I'm like, okay, bet, give him the bags. I snatch the bags up and close my door and lock it tight because I don't want him to change his mind. And I bring those two bags to my counter. And in my head, I'm like, please don't let it be no foolishness. Like, please don't let this be no 50 chicken sandwiches or nothing like that inside of this bag. When I start opening them trays, it was wings, 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 wings. 120 wings, y'all. I ordered a 10-piece. And I was really trying to be nice because I even went ahead and called Wingstop. I was like, listen, the driver dropped off the wrong order to my house. So I'm going to tell y'all now, y'all are about to remake 120 wings. He was like, we just realized that you don't got to bring it, you don't got to bring it back down here or nothing. I'm like, I was never going to, but I just wanted to give y'all a heads up. And it wasn't even no crazy wing flavors like Atomic or nothing like that. It was like, it wasn't what I ordered, but it was good enough to get the job done. And so of course I instantly called my friends like, help me. And they came over, my cousin came over, and they ate some wings. I sent them with some to-go boxes, all of that. When I tell you I still had probably like 40 wings left after everybody had came and did their big one. I ate wings for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for like 3 days straight after that. My only regret is that I didn't go pass out some wings to some homeless people. But I did go feed the homeless that weekend, so not too much on me. But ever since then, every time I order anything off of Uber Eats or DoorDash, I'll be like, Big G, if you... But James...
That's some crazy work. That is, let me tell you something. I already had somebody. I had the reverse happen, right? So I ordered $40 worth of like Domino's because y'all know I'm a Domino's person. So this is Domino's, household, right? And then, I had it was technically more than that because I had during the time of how they had the coupons and the points, I had like some free pizzas. I had the Parmesan bites, some brownies. I had my 2-liter Coke and then some. Then you actually have the the actual order and stuff, right? So I had that order, and it was a black box. So I had that order, and whoever was the delivery driver during that day, bless your heart, decided instead of delivering it to the number of the unit of which I'm at, they delivered it to the actual number of the place, which obviously I was not at. And then inevitably what ended up happening is that somebody, because on the black box, it actually has your name directly, on there and everything. So, of course, the order was already paid for because, paid directly online and everything. These fools sat up there and took. Clearly, it tells you what the apartment is and everything. These fools sat up there and took my food and sat up there and ate it. Let me tell you, I was pissed because I knew exactly where it went because I called Domino's. And I went there because it ain't that far. I went directly there and I sat up there and like knocked on the door. And obviously, of course, they didn't sit up there and answer because I would want to sit up there and know what would make you think to eat some food that is not yours. The amount of pissed and like I told y'all before, I don't really play with food like that. I don't because I love food, more than anything else. So when you ever see that commercial where it's like, yo, you're not yourself, have a Snickers. Yeah, I'm that type of person, hangry. I was, man, the amount of like, I think I like passed by their place like a few times because I was like, I know the car is there. I knocked on the door magically. I know y'all can look out. Y'all ain't want to, even like say. I'm like, man, y'all so disrespectful. Y'all, I still want to have a conversation with those people. But like, yo, what really went through your mind that day to sit up there and like take the order that wasn't yours? I'm like, you could clearly see the name on the box. You know that's not nobody's name, and that's obviously a black name. You ain't black. Like, what really made you think to just take that order and just be like, we gonna have a good dinner? Man, if I was a different type of person, man, somebody would have had a hard time going to work because your tires would have been done. I'm just being honest. Like I said, I'm just being transparent. I'm talking from the internal side of SEIJI, not things that I would decide to actually go do. But again, if this was a whole different type of like society and I was a whole different type of person, buddy, let me tell you, your tires will be out of here. You probably would have a hard time making it to work during the week. You would have to be paying like $400 because you took that $40. Like I said. But hey, I am not that person. So here we are. Sedge is clearly here, not in jail. So, obviously, common sense prevailed. Even though years later I'm still mad about that. But I'm like, bro, I would be so mad. I would be so mad if I saw this woman. Dude, and the funniest thing is we just already talked about the illiteracy rate, right? And how the dude who delivered, the way that she was explaining, it sounded like that dude was high. He was probably like in his 20s and probably barely made it through high school. And we clearly saw the name on the bag said James. And the dude was like, it clearly says Jasmine. I'm like, brother, what? Like, what that's not even high right now. I don't even know what that is. That is crazy. That is criminal. That is criminal to sit up there and think that James is Jasmine. I'm like, you're missing some. Never mind. But I was like, 120 wings. Oh, I couldn't even imagine how much that order cost. Oh, dear God. That's a night. That gotta be. Matter of fact, can I go to? Let me see Wingstop real quick. Let me just see something real quick. Because I think she said Wingstop, right? Let me just try to see how much 120 wings would be. Let's see. Delivery. Let me just do the wing calculator. That's all I'm looking for. We're gonna put starving. I'm just gonna load the number up. We're gonna say like it's 20 people, right? We're gonna just do that. And they said they got 100 mix and match wings, right? Let me see that real quick. Let me just do that. Okay, so yeah, I was right. So that 100 piece, but they had like 120. So we'll sit up there and say a few extra dollars up there. It might have been maybe about close to like 140 or something like that. But for the 100 piece mix and match pack that they got up there, that's $125.49. Ooh boy, I would be pissed. $100, brother. You couldn't tell me nothing. I'm like, bro, you better be you better run me my wings or something. Like, yo, that's a run me those wings of that money, because that is crazy, brother. You got 120. That's over $125 order. Ooh boy, that's crazy. That is crazy. Well, let me go back up here to catch y'all comments. Oh, some of y'all laughing at me too. We got a sign sitting up there rolling. D Money said sounds like a blessing. D Money said I won't judge you for being a Domino's person. Sir Nick said thin crust only. Yo, the funniest thing is with Domino's, they just added the stuffed crust, and I was used to having stuffed crust from Pizza Hut. So now Domino's is doing it. I'm like, oh man, they're about to give competition to a lot of people. They starting to add, some of the other things. I'm like, oh boy, it's a problem. Because I tell people this though, right? If you don't like Domino's, I get it, and that might be because you order the Domino's normally without putting on extra sauce. If you put on extra sauce on your Domino's pizza, it will end up a lot better than what you normally got from Domino's. Because if you just get the standard issue Domino's pizza, it's going to be flat, barely any sauce, just with the cheese and all of that, and it's going to be bad, right? But if you got more sauce directly on there, that gives a little bit more how to say, because I know people hate the word, but it gives a little bit more moistness to the pizza. When it deals with, having to reheat or leaving it directly out. I'm a type of person where I'm like, all right, I got my pizzas. I'm not gonna put them in the refrigerator. I'm putting them bad boys directly in the oven. I know a lot of people sit up there and say like, oh man, if you leave your pizza, or your food directly out, food poisoning. I ain't never catch food poisoning from no pizza, and I'd have left pizza out. Trust me. Like I said, I'm a guy. Maybe I got like an ironclad stomach or a vulture type of stomach, but I ain't never had no food poisoning or whatnot from no pizza. And just sit up there and reheat that real quick, put it back in the oven, you good. But yeah, put extra sauce directly on there, you'll be good. Extra sauce, I promise you. And then you can also probably go for the what did I normally get? Like the garlic. It's a standard dish, I guess, like garlic parm or whatever, garlic crust, butter garlic crust. Good stuff. Sham said, LOL sounds like LOL blessing for all. That sounds like a good day to me. Yeah, I'll be hurt. Let me tell you. Sir Nick said I was in an Airbnb in Baltimore and someone has sent food to the wrong address for 3 straight days. That is crazy. Sound up there rolling. Hassan said, mad funny, Seji. Man, I was hurt. I was hurt, man. I wanted to have a real conversation with somebody. So Nick said one of those free meals with some Jamaican food. Jamaican food is disgusting. I had to throw it away. I don't know who likes that stuff, but us. Whoa. I mean, hold on. I'm not saying all Jamaican food. I mean, like the jerk chicken and stuff like. No. That's some nigga. Hey, hold on now. Jerk chicken, oxtails, and hey, they got some good stuff. Hold on. I might sit up there and have my my technical difficulties or issues with cultures, but hold on, the food though. Hold on, I ain't gonna sit up there and lie though. Jamaica's got something. They got some food and stuff there. Hey, I ain't gonna go that deep now. I ain't about to go that deep, Sham said Jamaican food is delicious. What are you talking about? FM said I'm going online. Tell them I didn't get my food. They're gonna pay for that food one way or another. Yeah. D Money said Little Caesars hasn't been the same since they were branding. Man, let me tell you, when I was younger, Little Caesars, it was Little Caesars, and then it was Pizza Hut. Technically, for me, Pizza Hut was like king, right? Detroit Pizza Hut was, in a sense, king directly right there, right? Well, then later on, it became like Famous Pizza, but that was on like Grand River and whatnot. But Little Caesars. Then you had Pizza Hut, right? So if you couldn't get Pizza Hut too far out, whatnot, whatever, fine. Little Caesars right down the street, hit up what was it? Hit it up on Dexter, whatever, and you get right. Go directly down there. You get the pizza from like the strip mall, and then you got the Burger King, right on the side, and then you can happen to either get a pop from there. I'm sorry, so because some people say soda, but pop soda, whatever. You get a pop directly from there, or you go directly to the gas station or the corner store or whatnot, right? And then you got your breadsticks and everything like that. Good stuff, and it's pretty cheap, it's fast, and it's effective. Like I said before, if you got like a little family or like 2 kids or whatnot, bam, you get like 2 Little Caesars pizzas and some breadsticks. Yo, that's a meal. That is a meal. Ain't no kid sitting up there complaining. So, oh, we got Little Caesars breadsticks. Bow, it's good. Yeah, now I don't know what to tell you though. I don't know what to tell you. A lot of stuff ain't the same. It's people losing their minds. A lot of these businesses losing their minds out here. I don't know what to tell you. It's hard out here. It's hard out here. Sham said you got me hungry. Yo, that's the way I'm always. The funniest thing is, since I've been doing this live stream for about like a good 3 hours, I had like my little my tuna and my crackers that I was sitting up there just like sitting here chilling and eating. So I would like mute the mic and I would just like eat that and whatnot with my cup of Coke. So yeah, trust me. Even with this, I still got a little bit more, but I'm still gonna be hungry. Right. And I've been like, snacking back and forth on this for about like a good, we've been going for like 3 hours. Yeah. For about a good 3 hours. So yeah, trust me, I feel you. Like I said, fast metabolism, it is a blessing and curse. I would not trade it for the world. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Let me tell you. D Money said facts. D Money said nah. Always need that extra marinara. Yeah. Same here. Yeah. Like the funniest thing is, I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but the at certain pizza restaurants, I've realized that some people say marinara or marinara, whichever one, right? But the sauce that they would use for the breadsticks tastes better than the actual sauce on a pizza. I'm like, dog, are y'all smoking rocks? I'm like, why don't y'all put this sauce directly on the pizza? Because I'm like, I get to the point, I'm like, let me get the extra sauce because I'm gonna dip my pizza directly in the sauce. Because I'm like, it's crazy how good that sauce tastes. I'm like, why would you have such a great sauce for the breadsticks, but then you got this bare none bland sauce directly on the pizza? I'm like, what are y'all doing? I'm like, that's insanity to me, but I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Like I said, welcome to Seji's Random Thoughts. D-Money said, nah, I always need an extra money. Yeah. D-Money said, 90s Little Caesars was a godsend. That's bars. That is bars. Pizza. Yeah, straight bars. Bars. Especially when you used to be able to actually go in and sit down. Oh my goodness. Like I said, the newer generation don't know nothing about that. Being able to you actually like went down into the and I think back then certain Little Caesars actually had a play place. Like back during a certain point in time, Burger King's had a play place, Little Caesars had a play place, McDonald's had a play place. I think the only one that did not have a play place was Wendy's. I think that was the only one. Like it was crazy. Pizza Hut didn't have a play place. They more so had, or they might have had a small one, but they more so just had the arcade. So they had the, what the hell y'all doing? You had the arcade machine that was there. So you'll see, Mortal Kombat or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or in rare extent, you might see Soul Calibur or something like that. Right. So you would have, any one of those. So I guess that would count for an older play place, something like that. Right. You would have something like that. Sham said, yeah, the 90s was banging when it came to good food and good music. Oh, yeah. Hassan said, yo, Seji, that video you got on pause, she looked like a wing thief. Yeah. But like, and then the other thing too is, as soon as it's funny, whenever I see these hairstyles, I know it's going to be something. Whenever I see like the like the Betty Boo, Halle Berry, Jada Pinkett, low type of style. I miss seeing women with this hairstyle. Oh my God. It's a very beautiful hairstyle. Very beautiful. Very beautiful hairstyle. And the craziest part is, if this started to become like, let's just say for, Black American women out here, if this became like the women started going back to like these type of hairstyles and stuff, yeah, a lot of these other women out here they couldn't really say nothing. And the hair market out here would be going into a drastic decline, right? Because a lot of women around the world like to sit up there and talk about like, oh, Black women, you guys can't grow your hair, natural hair. It's like, all right, whatever, no, cool, no problem. But see, the difference is with Black women is they could actually be, I'll put it to you like this: Black women out of the whole world, Black American women are the most versatile when it deals with their hair. They can literally do whatever if they want to. Other women around the world would never do a lot of the hairstyles that Black American women have done, especially the shorter hairstyles. Like, you're not going to really see European women like really flaunting and walking around with pride of wearing a hairstyle like this. Nope, because the main love and recognition that they get is for the length and the volume of their hair. This is why they always show like the the Pantene and the VO5 and all of those other commercials where the white women got the bouncy hair with the hair volume and all this other type of stuff. Right? Like I said, if Black women start going back and doing stuff like this, the whole hair game is going to be completely changed. And you're going to have other women trying to basically copy that, like they try to copy a lot of other hairstyles that Black American women have done over the years, which is crazy, which is completely crazy. I'm like, so the people that say that Black women don't have hair and all this other type of stuff with styles, magically y'all copying these styles. Because the funniest thing is, a lot of styles that I've seen Black women do from like the 90s and the early 2000s, I'm seeing women of other cultures basically try to copy and do those. Like, I grew up where you had, Black women designing, clothes that would be considered hood or ghetto, right? They would have the clothes where it would have like the different stitches of like the different NFL or football teams and different stuff like that, right? That was considered like hood and ghetto. All of those, great things. And then out of nowhere, you start seeing white girls basically do that and wear it. And I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, when did y'all even like what's even happening here? I'm like, that wasn't even a part of like your culture or tradition or anything that y'all sit up there. Like, y'all don't even do nothing like that. I'm like, so what is even happening right now? Sort of like what was that young white girl that was directly out here talking about they came out with the baby bangs or the gel bang, like something crazy. I'm like, brother. I'm like, y'all ain't come up with like come on now. Like baby hairs, that's not y'all. that's Sarah, calm down. You stay just directly with the blonde hair and the brunette and the red, and y'all got the basic Mary Jane, type aesthetic. Y'all don't be doing nothing, crazy and out of this world with y'all here. Relax. This is why you got them white girls out there right now. Talking about, oh, it's not, the braids are not cultural appropriation. Actually, the Vikings, no, ma'am. It was Black Americans. That's like white boys trying to come out of nowhere and talk about like, yeah, they the ones, the trendsetters, the creators of waves. Brother, just because you got Harry Osborn's father for the longest time possible in comic books coming out with waves, that doesn't mean that is how your hair has ever been. Realistically, like I said before, anytime I see somebody with waves in their light, I'm like, yeah, that's a biracial man. Because I ain't never seen white boys out here rolling with a low cut, having full on waves, looking seasick out here. I ain't never, no, nah. That's like seeing white boys as a staple with braids. No, just because Justin Timberlake did it, don't mean that it was a part of white culture. Just not. Need y'all to relax. Need y'all to relax. Like the way people getting lineup, shape ups, and like that's not really y'all, because y'all ain't really care that much. That's all us. But like I said, it is what it is. It is what it is. D Money said Pizza Hut down here was a sit-in restaurant buffet. I do remember that too. I forgot where that Pizza Hut was. What was that Pizza Hut where I was in? That was like back in middle school. Jesus. I would have to ask my mom, and I'll probably bring it up at another time during the live stream. But I remember the Pizza Hut. I remember going to the Pizza Hut with my friends. It was middle school. I remember the red booth seats. I remember the little buffet areas that they would have directly in the middle. But like the Pizza Hut that we have, they removed those. So they just put in more tables because I think it was getting to the point where people weren't really doing like the dine-in type of thing that they used to do, where it was like the pizza and the salad, and they weren't really doing that no more. So they got rid of all of that and they just replaced it with, tables or longer tables and stuff like that, like crazy stuff. But yeah, I still remember being in that Pizza Hut, and I remember the teenagers that were there at the moment, because they ain't had nothing else to do. They were working there, but they ain't had nothing else to do but to sit up there and talk and pretty much like watch us and talk. And I'm like, man, if I was like the person I was now and I had the mouth that I got, man, that'd probably been a different time. That'd probably been a different time. Oh man, because I would have to let people know. I'm like, man, you sitting up there talking, being older than me right now. I'm like, do your job. Oh man, I've been talking some hot fire. Let me tell you, I've been talking. Let me see. D Money said I can sit on my hair. Okay, so you got locks. I got you. Sham said my hair be a long fro. It's my middle back now. All right, are you been doing upkeep on your hair? See, for me, I used to have the classic fro, and then I ended up cutting that directly off. So now I just keep my hair low at this moment of time. That's pretty much what I do. What was it? Let's see what we got. Pluto said Simple Simon's Pizza. That sounds familiar. That got to be like some West Coast type of deal. Simple Simon. Yeah, that's up there. It sounds like In and Out and and all those other type of places and whatnot. That sounds it sounds familiar, but I ain't never seen it, especially in Michigan and Detroit. I ain't never seen it. Rabbit said, dude really said Harry Osborn. By the way, Norman Osborn is black in the new Disney. Yeah. Well, you know who I meant. Harry and I meant Norman. Rabbit called that one. Thank you. I meant Norman. Like I said, things get kind of mixed up and whatnot. It's be a minute. But no, in one of the comics though, they did actually have Harry with the same type of hair like his dad. So that's why I think I went back and said that, because he too was also the Green Goblin as well at a moment in time. Because you had somebody else that was actually the Hobgoblin and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. You said it's Oklahoma. Oh yeah. See, I know it was somewhere out there, out yonder. I'm like, Simple Simons. I'm like, I ain't never heard of no madness. I'm like, that sounds like a straight local joint right there. But usually the places that are local have some of the best food. So one of the places I always wanted to go to, I'm not sure if everybody else had it. It was called like CC's Pizza. Some people might know what that is, but it was a pizza establishment where you can go there and you can make your own pizza. So if you wanted a pizza with macaroni directly on it, whatever, you can do that, right? They would give you like the base of the pizza and whatnot or whatever, and then you can just give it to them, put whatever you want on the pizza, and they'll cook it directly up for you, and there you go. But I guess CC's Pizza got to a point in time where it was in a decline, where people didn't want to come and sit in as a family and create their own pizza and whatnot. And you don't really things go into extinction. I'm not sure how it was they could have revitalized that. I'm not sure if rebranding. I don't know if maybe it might have been like a rebranding or a different way to in a sense do it or whatnot, or maybe they could have added some other things directly to it. But yeah, it was tough. That was tough. Wait, what was that? Sepulpa, I guess. I don't know. The money said we had those, and 5 is all you can eat. Yeah. Yep. You said you got $1 off if you had a student ID. Yeah. Yo, and the funny thing is, back during those days, a lot of times if you had a student ID, you could get off of a lot of things. Now it's like they just don't even care. It's like it's a whatever. And I'm not sure if that was just for like college or if people just had something from like a high school or whatnot, whatever. But going to school during that time, we didn't have student IDs. That wasn't really like a necessity or anything like that. But back even during those times where I didn't even have money like that, being young, I'm like, yo, I wish I had a student ID so I can get a little percentage off. I think my mom had mentioned that before. She was like, you don't got a student ID? I'm like, nah. Oh man. San said they had CC's out here in Arizona, but it was like Domino's extra sauce, please. I got you. But yeah, like I said, reminiscing, going through life, just going through old memories. Pretty much, this will be like the conversation. Let me tell you something. Playing video games directly on this channel, that would be like the conversation. Of course, I'm going through the game and stuff, but reminiscing, thinking about, like anime cartoons and, different stuff like that. So yeah, those are going to be our conversations, guys. So just be prepared. At the moment of time you see me streaming, you already know we're going to be talking about like some, probably like some music, 80s, cartoons or, things growing up and whatnot or whatever. Like I said, it'll be more so relaxed and probably a little bit of frustration of whatever it is that I'm going through at the moment of time on the game. It'll probably be, somewhere in that area. Sham said, I missed the original root beer and the original Dr. Pepper recipe. I don't know if it's just me, but food tastes a lot different now from back then. Yeah, they've changed a lot of things and taken out a lot of stuff for the intensive purposes of trying to make stuff healthier. I mean, I have gone over a lot of different chemicals that we put in foods that are bad, that cause anywhere from dementia to Alzheimer's to heart disease, onsets to respiratory, kidney, liver, blood disorders, and fertility, a lot of different things. And these are the chemicals that they put directly in the candies and the foods that they sell directly to us, like any of the red dyes, some of the yellow, green, blue, and all this other type of stuff. So a lot of the stuff gets taken out and it either gets replaced or it doesn't. So then it throws off what the natural taste for us would actually be of what it is that we enjoy so much. So a lot of the cereals don't taste the same. Trust me, because the moment in time that I used to, let's say for if anybody out here is like an Apple Jacks fan, right? The moment in time that I used to actually eat Apple Jacks and I used to let it set in the cereal, like setting in the cereal, like okay. So you got two different types of people, right? You got people that pour the cereal first and then pour the milk, or you got some people that will pour the milk and then put the cereal on top, right? For me, it's either or. But preference wise, I technically pour the cereal first and then the milk because I want to like layer I want the milk to, in a sense, soak in and go through directly the cereal and pull out a lot of the sugar and whatnot. So that is directly in the milk. So by the time you got like a third bowl, you got the taste of the cereal directly in, in the milk. So you can just, in a sense, just like sit there and kind of, sip that, watch Power Rangers or Animaniacs, Freakazoid, or, whatever. So, like I said, that's, it's just me. But I've noticed that the way that the cereal taste from the 2000s is very, very different. It's like a universe of a difference of now, right? But I will say it's not as bad as having dollar store Apple Jacks. Let me tell you, I made the mistake when I was younger of just trying out dollar store Apple Jacks because I really want Apple Jacks, and I'm like, man, I really want some Apple Jacks I haven't had in a while. So I'm like, all right, let me get the dollar store brand because usually it's just like a no name off brand. It's pretty much the same thing, right? Wrong. That dollar store Apple Jacks was terrible. When I mean to tell you that it was like you threw cardboard into milk, that is exactly what it tasted. Horrible. There was not a hint or a taste of apple at all. It was like you were just licking a box. I was pissed. I was like, who did this? I threw that out immediately. Like, I was punching the air, man. I'm like, who did this? I'm like, why would you do anything like this? I'm like, who thought these were like some fake? For those to be fake counterfeit Apple Jacks, that was terrible. That was horrendous. Like the dollar store, like around the corner on my old block, I was so disappointed. Shout out to the dollar store in Dexter. I don't know what y'all was doing. I don't know what y'all was doing. That was crazy. That's ridiculous. 100% ridiculous. And it's funny, like just remember that as soon as I told you guys that I just now had a flashback. I can literally look directly in that dollar store and see like the cash registers and see the aisles. Like it's crazy. Like when you're, talking about certain stuff, you can just see almost like a video, like replay. Like it's the craziest thing. I don't know. Like I said, just just talking. What was that? Pluto said the OG 7-Up. Yeah. 7-Up. That was another good one. That was another good one too. I think I was one of the only ones that might have liked Pepsi Crystal. If anybody remember that, which was basically like clear Pepsi. Like that was not bad. I'm just, that was not bad. The other one that I did like, I liked I think it was called like 7-Up Black. I think it was called Blackout. That one was actually pretty good. It tasted sort of kind of like Skittles, sort of kind of like Skittles. But also I grew up in the era of putting, like Jolly Ranchers into, like the Sprite. Like you have like your certain color Jolly Ranchers, you put those directly into the Sprite, let that happen to sit, stir it around a little bit. There you go. Right now you got like a flavored Sprite. It could be like the watermelon, it could be the strawberry, grape. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that. It might have took a little bit more for the grape though. I think candy apple. I think you need about like 4 to 5 to get that one to really happen like that. But yeah, Yeah, like I said, like classic days of having like a clear bag of straw. Like, let me tell you something. You ain't grow up unless you grew up during the time of kids carrying clear bags, sandwich bags of Kool-Aid with sugar. And that was the main thing that you would have directly on you, in a sense, for some type of form of candy. I don't know what it was during that time. Trying to find strawberry Kool-Aid during that time in the gas station was the toughest thing to ever do in life. Like, that was just always sold out. But people would make sure to always keep cherry. I'm like, bro, get this cherry directly out of here. We're not doing this. We're not. Get that madness up out of my face. We're not doing anything cherry. We're not doing that. We're not doing it. They would make sure they always in stock. They always had cherry and they had blackberry. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm like, where are the tropical, colorful flavors? I'm like, what's going on here? I ain't trying to deal with trying to make brown Kool-Aid right now. We're not doing that. We're trying to deal with summer, spring, tropical type of flavors out here. Give me this nonsense. D Money said, I'm cereal first. I'm judging anyone who pours the milk first, respectfully. Hassan said, Cuba Gooding Jr. punching the air like that, boys. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, those counterfeit Apple Jacks, don't do it to yourself. Even on your worst day, on your last dollar, do not do it to yourself. It's bad. It is bad. D Money said, I wish they'll bring back lemon Pepsi. Did I ever have that? I think I might have had that. I know I had the Sprite before. Lemon lime, Sprite type of deal. That whole thing. I think I did have it before. Sam said, I don't like the Aldi cereal either. I've never had cereal from Aldi's. I didn't even know they even had a brand. I don't like the Aldi cereal either. As a kid, that stuff was hit or miss. I don't like sweet cereals too much. I like Cheerios with nuts, raisins, and so you like the healthy stuff. You like the straight health. Yeah, you got me on that one. I'll put it to you like this. The funniest thing is, it's like as you get older, a lot of the stuff that you hated, you in a sense start to like. So when you had like the Special K that might have been strawberries, that might have been banana flavored, that might have been, I think they had one other flavor directly with that. I think then they have like cinnamon or vanilla, like any one of those. It's like you looking at those and you taste them. It's like, you know what? This ain't even actually, it's not that bad. But if you're a kid, it's like, yo, this is trash. This is garbage. This is old folks. This is parents cereal. It's like, why am I eating this? It's like dealing with like Wheaties or wheat. It's not Wheat Thins. I forgot what the other one was. I can always see the commercial of like the large pieces of wheat jumping directly into like the warm milk, and then you had the frosted. Yeah, that's what it was. It was like you had the wheats, and then you had the frosted wheats, and them things were large, bro. Like those. Let me tell you something. You could literally have. I'm not even sure how many would come in a box, but you could have about 4 to 5 of those, and that would take up the bowl. So then you would have people literally break those up into 4s for like each frosted wheat that was directly there. I'm like, I'm like, how are people eating those? I'm like, I get it's probably like fire and stuff, but I'm like, yeah, nah. And then you got people that eat that with like warm milk or something. Nah, no. No. What was it? Sham said, LOL, yes. Actually, I used to sell that in middle school. Yep, 50 cents a bag. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You had a choice of blue watermelon, pink lemonade, pink lemonade, and lime. I don't think, did I ever see the lime there? I know it was like the strawberry. Maybe the blue. I think for me, the pink lemon, I think that was the rare ones were like watermelon, the pink lemon, and lime. I think those are rare. But the blue and the strawberry, I always seen those. Because that's sort of like the sugar straws that you used to be able to get too. Rabbit says, Seiji, do you like cold or warm milk? I used to hate cold milk as a kid, but the last few years I don't mind. No, I love cold milk. It gotta be cold milk. and it has to be cold milk directly for cereal. Now it's different when you've been drinking and the milk is there. That's a little bit different. But nah, I cannot just be on some warm milk, type of thing. No. I used to watch my grandma whenever I think she would have as she would say, like an upset stomach or whatever. She would have her little teacup, and before she went to sleep, she would have a cup of warm milk. And I'm like, nah, I can't do that. Nah. I'm like, I can't do that. Can't do it. D Money says Special K was low key fire. Frosted mini wheats. That's what it's called. Yeah. Frosted mini wheats. Yeah. And Frosted Raisin Bran. Yeah, it's like any cereal that was frosted, it was all right. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was a huge hater on frosted cereals, and that was also due to my aunt. But originally I wasn't able to go outside when I was younger because my breakfast that I had to eat was the normal flakes. It wasn't even frosted flakes, it was just the normal flakes. And I'm like, I ain't trying to eat this. And she's like, yeah, you gotta eat your breakfast. If not, you're not going outside. I'm like, all right, then I'm just gonna be sitting here with the cereal, and we just gonna be both. It's gonna be watching me, and I'm gonna be watching the TV, and that's all I did. And then when 12 o'clock came, I poured it out and I went outside because I'm like, I'm not eating that. I am not sitting up there eating no flakes. I'm sorry. Shout out to Tony the Tiger though, but I'm not eating that cereal though. We ain't doing that. We're not doing that. I think I was fine with probably eating it later, but I'm like, when you force somebody to sit up there and eat something, it's like, no, especially not doing it now. Rabbit said, I feel conflicted about Quaker, what is it, Crucilli? Because apparently the founder was racist, but the cookies and cream of Quaker is so good. Hey, it'd be like that. A lot of racists make very good stuff. Look at Porsche. I'm not sure if anybody saw the what somebody showed off with the Porsche insignia. If you look at the Porsche insignia on the car and you see that go at a high speed, yeah, you'll start seeing some stuff there. So yeah, just saying. Sham said, nope, I was that child that could eat granola, Kellogg's, cornflakes, and Cheerios with fruit and some type of nut. Only sweet cereal I liked was Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I didn't like Cinnamon Toast Crunch up until towards high school, in a sense. It was Cinnamon Toast Crunch. What cereals did I eat? I ate Trick cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Fruity Pebbles, Fruity Pebbles. What was it? Blueberries. I don't think, did I ever have, wait, or was it Frankenberry? Yeah, I think it was both Frankenberry and then Blueberry. One is red, and then the other one is blue. I never was into like the Count Chocula type of deal. Now I will tell you a cereal that I missed that I loved so much, but I had to add sugar to it. I remember back when Oreos came out with their first cereal. When Oreos came out with their first cereal, it was okay, but I was the type of person where I was the type of kid where I like sugar. So I'm like, yes, it's not sweet enough for me. So I would actually add a little bit of sugar directly to it. And then once I did that, it started tasting more like a Oreo cookie in a sense. So yeah, there was that. Of course, I'm also the type of kid where if you have Rice Krispies, I do not do that plain. It got to be Rice Krispies with sugar. Got to be Rice Krispies with sugar. I am not doing no Rice Krispies without no sugar. I am so sorry. That's just like it tastes like plastic or something. Like it just tastes empty. Of course, Fruity Pebbles, Fruit Loops. You got Captain Crunch. I can now. Some people just eat Captain, just the Crunch. I'm like, no. I got to be Captain Crunch with berries. Got to be that, or Oops All Berries, which is technically my top favorite. And now, if I could happen to get Lucky Charms just with the charms, again, that'll be right up there. I'll actually put that above Oops All Berries. Oops All Berries was my favorite as soon as it came. I remember when it first came out. I was like, man, I'm living in the best time of any time. We got all berries in a cereal? What? I'm like, so you can't tell me nothing. I'm like, this is the best cereal known to man. Ain't nothing beating this. Because I'm like, yo, if you ain't grow up where you would open up a box of cereal and you could look at the bag and you realize that you had more of the crunch than the actual berries, the look on your face that you would have, you would try to like shake up and mix up that bag so you would at least have some berries throughout, so you just wouldn't be looking and eating the crunch. Man, I can't do that. We gotta have a conversation. And whoever be packing these Lucky Charm bags, yeah, I'll be having the same issue. I'm like, yo, where are all these charms at? I see all of these quote unquote Luckies just like floating. Half of the bag is Luckies. Where are my charms? Like, yo, what are we doing? Like $2.95 for this bag, and this is the best that y'all got? Yo, send this back. Fire whoever did this. Fire whoever did this. What was it? Sham said Kellogg's Pops wasn't sweet. Oh yeah, I remember Pops. Yeah, it wasn't sweet. The funniest thing, if you think about it, the Pops were the only cereal that came in a foil bag. If you think about it, I've never since Pops, I've never had a cereal. I've never had another cereal that comes in. It, some of y'all who are old enough, y'all know it would come in a, maybe they still come in that now, but it would come in a white foil bag. Like the outside would be white, but the inside would be foil. I've never seen that happen ever again. But also because of that bag, those Pops did actually stay with the same exact consistency. They were not dry. So I'm like, so there was a reason that y'all actually, put it in a bag like this. I'm like, that's actually pretty ingenious. Pretty ingenious. What was it? The Tethernator. Yo, these names is crazy. You said honeycombs with sugar. Oh yeah. Honeycombs was actually pretty good too. I remember the white dude with the glasses with the honeycomb that would, sit up there and put the honey on a what's the name? I'm not sure, was it a man or a woman? I forgot because it was so long, but I remember the gray hair and the glasses and the all white and whatnot. And I think the kids would always try to steal, the honeycombs or something like that. But yeah, that was another good one too. That one actually tasted pretty good. That was up there, right up there with Smacks, actually. Smacks and Pops or whatnot. Because I forgot who Pops had, but I remember Smacks had the frog. It was like the frog that had like the hat and the t-shirt. Sham said, nah, Captain Crunch, ripping out mouths. You brave for eating that, especially when teeth are gone and it hit the gums wrong. No Captain Crunch able to do that. But see, this is the thing though. This is why I say that when I happen to, do like the cereal and the milk, I put in the cereal first and I do like a slow pour directly on the cereal. So if it is Captain Crunch, the cereal, before I even, really start eating it from the bottom up, from like the milk on up, that portion of the cereal has already been sitting in there just enough where it's not going to be, in a sense, rocks or whatnot or whatever. But Oops All Berries, well, Captain Crunch in general, that's a cereal that you really got to eat at that point. I mean, technically, actually, no, let me be correct. You got about you could leave it in there for about a brief half a minute to a minute before it just really start getting soggy and you're like, I ain't trying to really eat this. The worst offender when it deals with milk, by far, Fruity Pebbles. Fruity Pebbles, if you are, now that is a cereal that technically, if you want to make sure that it's going to have the consistency that it had coming out the box, you would technically have to pour the milk first and then layer the cereal on top. Because if you basically pour, in order to eat Fruity Pebbles and pour that first and have the milk, you have to pour literally a little bit of milk on top. You have to like lightly layer the milk directly on the Fruity Pebbles and then eat it then. Because if you think that you're about to pull some Fruity Pebbles, pour a little bit, like half a cup, and then you're going to pour half a bowl of milk directly on those, oh yeah, it's over. It is over. Like your time was already running down. Like as soon as the air from the milk started touching that cereal, the clock already started. The clock already started, man. Oh man, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Wait, what? Wait, let's just say cornflakes was not invented to be a breakfast food, but the breakfast food boys that. Yo, that's crazy. That man D Money crazy. Oh man, that dude crazy. But yeah, Sham said, do you remember a cereal that was like brown Cheerios? Yeah. And I think it had frosting too. It wasn't Cheerios and it didn't taste like chocolate. I know what you're talking about. And the funny thing is, Cheerios has actually had a lot of different flavors, right? So let me see if you got the plain Cheerios, right? I'm not even gonna put like the low cholesterol, low fat directly in it, right? But you got the plain ordinary Cheerios. I guess you could say like if you throw Cheerios and bananas in there, but that didn't come directly in the box up until later. So you got the plain Cheerios, Cheerios and bananas, Cheerios and strawberries. You got chocolate Cheerios, cinnamon Cheerios, vanilla Cheerios, and I think there was like one more other like random flavor that they might have set up there and and have. But the cereal that you're talking about, I remember. I want to say I think we also did have frosted Cheerios. I'm not sure if I might be suffering through like a Mandela effect or something like that. But I want to say that I properly remember a frosted Cheerios. I want to say that should have been a thing. And then even Pop Tarts had a like technically a lot of different what's the names during that time had cereals. Pop Tarts also had that as well too. He had a few different flavors. Strawberries is classic. Strawberries classic. You got strawberry, of course, the cinnamon, cherry. I'm not that much of a fan of, but wild cherry and wild berry, those are my those are my Pop Tarts right there. Let me tell you, doesn't matter if you eat them cold or eat them warm. Didn't matter. It was there. Like let me tell you, I'll be tearing up a box of Pop Tarts real quick, and then just to understand, I'm like, yo, Pop Tarts actually cost a little bit of money. And it's like, dang, I already sat up there and like ate about a good 4 Pop Tarts. Only got a few left. Yeah, I gotta slow down. Gotta slow down real quick. But yeah, I can't specifically give you the name of that cereal though. Not specifically get the name of the cereal. Let me see. Did I actually have another video? I actually did. I actually had another video to clip here. Let me play this real quick. I got it muted though. So I think it was supposed to be the last video anyway. But I just wanted to showcase this because I found it crazy where you got this African dude going directly, like all over or whatever. And, sitting up there just with these white girls. And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? I'm like, why is it that you don't happen to see videos like this where they're specifically, like with their women? I'm like, that's some crazy work to me. Because let me tell you something. If I decided at any moment in time to do a random video like this, people be looking at me like I'm crazy. They were like, yo, you're a weirdo. I'm like, you're right. that's nothing I can sit up there and say. I'm like, this looks crazy. This looks crazy. Even the girl from like Morocco, she don't look nothing close to nothing. She look real ambiguous. She look real biracial. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. And then to sit up there and be having like the old, Zatarans type of smile. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The black dude that was on like the Zatarans box with the real wide smile. Look like something from like Bojangles or something like that. The ta-da! Sitting up there bucking eyes and wide white teeth and everything. That is crazy, son. That is crazy. It's diabolical work. Sham said, was the wild berry in blue Pop-Tart or purple? The wild berry was purple, and then it was purple, and then it had the blue like squiggly lines directly on top. But then you also had the toaster strudel. Then I wanted to actually try out the two can't get more right toaster strudel because you got to actually place the icing directly, on the what's thing, which I thought was actually pretty cool. Ty said I leave for a bit and we get way off topic. Yeah, that'd be happening. D-Money said the key to eating Fruity Pebbles was to eat it out of a small bowl and not drown it in milk. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. Ty said, see, I hate it here. Ty said, sham, they were purple. Yep. Hassan sitting up there just rolling. Hassan said that Uncle Ben smile. Yeah. Zatarans. If you old enough, you know that commercial. Yeah, SS, it's that classic, what's the name right there? Sham said, LOL. Said he do got that Michael Blackston body. Yeah, like look crazy. Rabbit said this dude is going to get kidnapped and sold into slavery. Yep. Yeah, matter of fact, he does look like Michael Blackston. Yeah, that's crazy. How about look at work out there? But I think Michael Blackston has I think his girl is Asian or something like that. Like I said, looking at this type of stuff on social media, I'm like, and I see this normally with dudes who are African and I'm like, people be going hard on Black American dudes, but I'm like, we don't be really. I mean, you got ignorance out there that'll do some stuff on TikTok and whatnot, but realistically, though, we're not really trying to do stuff like this. We're not just out there like popping out on the scene, going to like different areas and just sitting up there like doing it. Like this just looks crazy. I'm like, out of all of the women, like every single time, like they just have to be like like brother. Like what happened? Like what happened? Because when he did this one, like, let me see this. It was one of those that he did before, and it was a guy in the background that was really sitting up there looking at him. It wasn't the Columbia one. It might have been one of the early ones. Because one of the Caucasian dudes, he was looking at him like, are you serious? Yeah, it's not. That's crazy. Yeah, it was probably, I think it was like one of the early ones. I think it was like when the dude was passing by or whatever. But yeah, to be just sitting up there doing that is crazy, man. That is real crazy. And at the end of the day, it's not even like anything of, like actual type of like love or whatnot, whatever. Like she's, yeah, it was that dude in the pink. Let me roll that back real quick. That dude right there. The look on his face, like I said, and that's what I'll be talking about. The look on that, look, if you can actually see on your screen, the look on the white guy in the pink, how he's looking directly at them. He is disgusted. He's like, I can't believe this. And again, this is obviously a woman that he more than likely wouldn't be able to get, that wouldn't even be interested. And he's like, nah, we can't be doing this. Like I said, you can only imagine how he would act if it was, during a certain time period. But like I said, you can't sit up there and tell, none of these guys out there nothing. They end up finding out inevitably. Either if it's, if it's not the guys that get them, it'll be the women, or it'll be both, depending on if their fathers are on the police force or not. Like I said, they'll figure it out. They will figure it out. What was it? Son said, "Can I shines? Can eyes shine your boots?" D Money said, "Hold on, what country is that? This one that we're on right now. What was that? Let me see. You got Spain right here, supposedly. Like I said, I don't know if this dude is traveling. That's Poland. I expect that from Poland because the women out there are going crazy for black guys or whatnot or whatever. Well, guys who are African. Wait, let me go back. Oh, that was Turkey. That was Turkey where he went. Like I said, that's crazy. I'm like, dog, you just need to be really laying low. You need not to be doing none of this type of stuff. Because if those guys out there see that their women are interested in you, it's going to be a problem for you. You are making yourself a mark and a target for no reason, knowing the fact that you don't got no protections and nothing like that out there. There are no laws, rules, or regulations to guard over you. Good luck. Like I said, it's straight clownery and straight 100% clownery. Crazy work. And I'm like, you ain't really doing nothing out there. It's like, all right, it's due to the fact of, you know, number one, your skin complexion, because the darker the guy is, the more a lot of those European women and others actually like them, right? Because of the compare and contrast. It's like, oh, he's super dark and I'm super light, you know, that type of deal. And you know, lastly, because of, you know, everything else as well. So it's, again, it's not even really anything of love at all. But, you know, have a lot of other people try to tell the story, you know, craziness. Sham said, LOL, it is Italy. They're in. He better be careful. He'll find himself. Yeah, well, he went to supposedly like different areas. Right. So you got Turkey, you got Brazil. That one was, let me see, I gotta move the banner real quick. Let me see what that one is. Did he even say what this one is? Oh, this one is Hungary. Right. So he got like a few different areas basically marked. So you got Hungary, you got Brazil, Turkey, Spain, Poland, Colombia, Italy, Germany, Morocco. And that was the closest one that actually looked like she had some type of color, but even still, it was like, all right, she might have just, you know, used some quick bronzer or something like that. What was it? D Money said, appreciate it. Mental note to self, don't visit Turkey. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. But yeah, that's pretty much that is all the videos for today, guys. We've been actually moving smooth for a nice 4 hours. It was more so, I would want to say, about a good 2 of those hours we were just going through, just talking, you know, about some random stuff, reminiscing, you know, reminiscing. There was actually a song I was going to bring up, but I forgot. There was a song that actually matched up with this, but I forgot what it was. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that are currently here at this moment in time. Shout out to you know, any and everybody that stayed directly through the 4 hours and 20 minutes. About to get you know, 20 plus of us here at this moment in time from both channels. I can't actually give y'all the full numbers on screen because I had to shut off OBS because that just started acting crazy, you know, at the moment in time. But again, you know, much love, respect, and appreciation to everybody. I'm about to sit up there and just check something real quick, if I can. Let's see. Go to content. Go to analytics. Where we at right now? We got about what? About a good 800 from the first channel. Dope. It's pretty dope. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. And then we got. Let's see what we got here. Got about a good 1K on the 1100 on the other, which is pretty dope. Let me see, get the proper analytics there. Analytics. Actually, I was incorrect. That was about like 1500. So yeah, doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. D Money said, brother, about to go get a 3-piece spicy. Where you going, to churches? That sounds like you going to like churches real quick. Because that'd be that's like the classic real quick. You sit up there and head up to churches, get like a 2 or 3 piece and a biscuit. And I think, can't you? I think you do get like a Coke or something with that, I think. But yeah, that's what, as soon as you said that, that's what it sounded like. I'm like, oh, this brother going to churches. Gotta put a Malcolm X. This brother hungry. This brother hungry. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all that came directly through to the live stream. I'm trying to figure out if for the, you said Popeyes, but churches don't sound too bad either. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've been to churches. It's been some years. And I want to say like churches has one of the smallest areas to ever come into when it deals with a restaurant. Because it's like pretty much like 95% of like the building is like behind the counter. But then the rest of what's there is pretty much this small little strip of area that you got to wait. And you don't really got room to like, in a sense, even sit. So you have to stand. And if you don't stand, you're either outside or you're in your car waiting for your order. It's crazy. Crazy. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to do the video game live stream in this format, or if I might do it in the normal video format. Trying to figure out. I think I might do it in the normal format. Matter of fact, I might try it in both formats to see how it works, and see what happens from there. But yeah, like I said, still crashing some stuff directly over. Still trying to figure some stuff out. I'm almost tempted to try to do a little bit of because I can go live on TikTok. I'm almost tempted to try to do it directly on there, even though I know people are gonna be like, "Yo, what is this?" I'm like, "Hey, we're just playing some Pokemon Go real quick, TikTok live." Doing some random stuff or whatever. But yeah, what was that? Sham said, "Hello, I'm hungry too." Yo, that's why I'll be sitting up there telling y'all, I was like, "Hey, go get some food." Because during these live streams, trust me, I understand. I done live streams where I'm 8 hours strong and I ain't sit up there and eat nothing. And I'm just like, I'm hungry. So I'm like, yo, I'm about to just order like a nice large pizza with like some probably like a calzone or something like that, and have like a Pepsi or a Coke, and call it a night, get on some games or whatever. But yeah, you guys are free. You guys are free to go have fun, do whatever it is that you do. I can't get my words right on this Thursday, March 13th. Go out there and have fun. Probably go game and watch some movies, catch up on some animes or some shows or whatnot or whatever. So yeah, that is it, guys. That is it. You guys are free. So I'll hit you guys up on the next live stream and or video. And always remember, the things that I show off here, I will have those in a longer form video, for you guys, so that you can just digest it in a straightforward type of method and way, and got my commentary directly after. So peace out, love you guys, and see you soon.